Hey you guys. Neo, what's up, bro? How you doing? How are you guys doing on the inside, Broly? How's it going, you guys? How are you guys doing today? Anno, what's up? Let me know in the chat if the audio sounds good. I was like moving my mic around a bit before I hit stream. Why is your name green? I think it's because he's a member. Good. How you doing? I'm doing good, bro. I'm doing good. Yeah, I just felt like doing a Gojo versus Sukuna debate today. Something I was thinking was like, you said audio's good. Good. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, what I was thinking of doing today was just doing a Gojo versus Maguna debate. It's been a while since I've like laid out like my main points for why I put Gojo above Maguna. So I thought today would be a good time to just go ahead and do that. This stream I'm probably going to save to members only afterwards as well. Because in this stream, what I'm thinking of doing is listing out like a good portion of like the main arguments that I have for Gojo being above Maguna. And I also have been thinking of a couple new arguments as well. So I wanted to like talk about those on stream and like polish those a bit more too. And yeah, I'll also have a debate portion. A debate portion where you guys can hop in, and if you disagree with what I'm saying, you can tell me why you disagree. Something else I've noticed is that like people tend to be more willing to debate Gojo versus Sukuna through text rather than through voice chat, because like I left a comment on another YouTuber's video, like listing out like a brief explanation of like why I put Gojo above Maguna, and then a lot of people were commenting on it like saying I'm wrong, saying all these different things, right? And like they're comfortable doing that, but they're not quite as comfortable actually speaking in these voice chat debates, which is fine. But yeah, I mean, if you disagree with what I'm saying, this is a great opportunity for you to speak to me during this and tell me why you think I'm wrong. So yeah, that's kind of the point of these things. But yeah, this stream I'm going to be focused like primarily on Gojo versus Maguna, and then I might talk a bit about Gojo versus Heian era Sukuna as well. So yeah, I could start by like saying some of my main points, and then I can open it up to debate and see if anyone like disagrees with what I'm saying. I would prefer if people like disagree with what I'm saying today, because like when you face different counterpoints, that's like what leads to you learning more, really. So that's what I'm interested in doing today. And I put this post out like 2 months ago, and this is kind of like a brief explanation of one of the premises I make for Gojo being above Maguna specifically. Like if you look here, I have strength Gojo, speed Gojo, defense Gojo, AP Gojo, hacks Gojo, but Sukuna is stronger, huh? This is kind of like a brief summary of one of the premises I have, is that essentially Gojo is stronger than Maguna because he scales higher. So when I say a character scales higher, these are typically some of the main stats that you look at to determine what character scales above another. It's the same thing you do whenever you're doing like cross-verse debates, or like really any inverse fight as well. A lot of the times you're intuitively looking at the character's strength, speed, and defense, and then you're thinking, okay, well if this one's stronger, faster, and more durable, then that means he's stronger. And typically in versus battles, you understand that a character can be stronger than another character and still lose due to a type matchup. One of the examples that helps people understand this the best in verse would be Ryu and Uro. Ryu's cursed energy reinforcement is stronger than Uro's. His cursed energy output is also higher than Uro's. So it's like he has more defense, more attack power, and then they're relativistic in speed. So intuitively, people typically will just say that Ryu is stronger than Uro because he's stronger, more durable, and they're relative in speed. But Uro hard counters Ryu. Like, her curse technique is directly designed to be a hard counter to his. So even though Ryu is, like, on paper a stronger character, Uro would be slightly more likely to win. So that's a concept, like, in pretty much every form of battle shonen that exists. But people kind of ignore it when it comes to JJK, but it's a real concept that exists in literally every other series, like, on Earth, really. There's other examples in JJK as well that can help elaborate on that concept. Like, another example could be start of Shibuya Mahito versus Geto. Geto is a narratively more powerful character. He's a special grade sorcerer without even having a domain expansion. So he's supposed to be this, like, country level threat. Meanwhile, Mahito, he's at the start of Shibuya, is not even the strongest of the disaster curses. Narratively, Geto should be more powerful than Mahito, but because Mahito has a domain expansion and Geto does not, Mahito has a chance of beating him. It's kind of like a type matchup kind of thing, right? So there's different examples of type matchups in JJK where a stronger character can lose to a weaker one due to type matchup. I think the easiest the easiest way to understand this concept is in wait, yo, is that my Discord over here? Do I have Discord open? What is that noise? I think that's my Discord. I need to turn that off. Hold on. Oh yeah, I have Discord on. Let me log off. My bad. Hold on. Another way to, like, intuitively understand type matchups is actually through Pokemon. Like, that's kind of like what the Pokemon games teach you is you could have, like, a level 50 Blastoise water type Pokemon lose. Well, let me word it like this. This is more intuitive. You could have a level 50 fire type Pokemon lose to a level 30 water type Pokemon because of the type matchup. There are certain type matchups where one character will have an inherent advantage, not because their stats are higher, but simply because of the type of abilities that they have. Okay, and my argument is that's exactly what Gojo versus Sukuna is. Gojo is a stronger character than Maguna, but Maguna has some win conditions due to the type matchup of their abilities. A way to intuitively understand this looking at the characters is if you look at their domains and the concept of open barrier domains, right? The reality is this: if you take domains out of the fight, Gojo, like, low diffs him almost. Like, it's not even really close to a fight. The only reason Maguna is able to really fight Gojo in any way, shape, or form is due to how he has an open barrier domain while Gojo has a closed barrier. So really, he just has better barrier techniques. Meanwhile, Gojo has better stats. That's really what the fight is, like, showing you if you, like, read it narratively and actually understand power scaling. The reality of it, I'm not trying to be rude when I say this, is that a lot of people who read Jujutsu Kaisen and then engage in debates on it, they don't actually fully understand, like, the different power scaling concepts, right? But the reality is that is what the Gojo versus Sukuna fight is showing you. That actually shouldn't be debatable. That's objectively what it's showing you, is that Gojo has better stats, but Sukuna has better barrier skills. That's what it is, objectively. But another thing to keep in mind is that it's also a type matchup that makes the barrier skills relevant, because there's other kinds of curse techniques that, even if they had an open barrier domain, they would not be able to break Gojo's domain on the outside the way Sukuna's can. For example, someone like Hikari. If you give Hikari an open barrier domain, like, let's say that Sukuna just had Hikari's curse technique, right? And he had an open barrier domain. He was the exact same power. The open domain actually would not matter against Gojo. It would not break his domain on the outside. It doesn't have physical properties that deal damage, and it would just do actually nothing. There's other curse techniques like that in the series as well. You could argue that maybe the 10 Shadows, for example, if Sukuna had used the 10 Shadows as a domain, open barrier style, and tried to break Gojo's basketball domain on the outside with it, he genuinely might not be able to. There's all kinds of, like, different curse techniques that don't really have the properties necessary to break a basketball domain on the outside, which is one part of why I'd argue it's more of a tight matchup kind of thing in Sukuna's favor, which leads to him having win conditions. Okay, that's one element of the discussion. Another element to factor in is that when you're reading these shonen manga, a lot of the times you're actually witnessing things that have a very low probability chance. So, for example, Sukuna taking over Sukuna taking over Yuji's body and Yuji being a vessel is low probability. It's stated to be like 1 in a million chance. It's the same thing with Megumi being a vessel. That's a 1 in a million chance. Black flashes in general are very rare. Like multiple things that you see. Gojo being born was like extremely rare. A lot of the things you see in Shonen are low probability chances. So, for example, just because Sukuna beat Gojo in the canon story does not even mean that that's the most likely thing to happen. For all you know, we could have seen a 1 in 100,000 chance of Sukuna winning, and in 99,999 other realities, Gojo won. Right? That's something a lot of people, that's something to think about, right? Like, just because a character wins in story doesn't mean that's like the most likely thing to happen. It doesn't automatically make you stronger. So that's like some basics of the argument that I wanted to mention before we started the debate portion. Like, those are just some general concepts to think about, okay? So now, here are some of the actual arguments that I would have for Gojo above Sukuna, right? I'll just have this panel on screen here. Just only this one, I guess. Okay? And we'll talk about this. And then I'm going to open this up for debate where anyone can come and enjoy. Matter of fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the debate link in the chat right now, and I'll pin it. So if anyone wants to join, feel free to. But I'm going to lay out some basic arguments for why I put Gojo above Maguna. I just wanted to start with like listing out like some of those fundamental concepts first. Okay, I got the link. Okay, so that is the debate link, okay? Hold on, let's see. How do I pin this? Okay, I'm pinning it. Here we go. Cool. So if anyone disagrees with the points that I'm about to make, feel free to join in the debate link. It's right there. And if you think I'm wrong, this is the perfect opportunity for you to talk to me and tell me exactly why you think that I'm wrong, okay? So here I'm going to lay out my arguments for why I have Gojo above Maguna. Not all of them, just some general ones that I typically use in debates. And like I said, if you disagree with what I'm saying, this is your perfect opportunity to join the voice chat and tell me specifically why you think I'm wrong. And my intention whenever I do these like debates or discussions, I always, to the best of my ability, I want it to be like respectful and chill, right? We're literally talking about drawings. It's not that big of a deal. It's just like something to do for fun, really. So yeah, like don't feel nervous about like speaking to me or anything like that. Okay. Yeah, and I might not read every comment because I'm about to like really focus and explain some power scaling stuff real quick, and then after that's done, I'll hop into the debate chat myself, and then anyone can like feel free to debate or like debunk the things I'm saying. Okay. So let's start with like some basic arguments here. So first off, Gojo has better stats than Sukuna. This is proven to us multiple times throughout the Gojo versus Maguna fight. First off, the place where it's the most obvious is actually during the domain clashes. By the time Gojo gets into the third domain clash where he develops the basketball domain, he's actually nerfed. Okay? A lot of people don't know that, but Gojo is nerfed by the time the third domain clash happens from using reverse curse technique to replenish his curse technique 2 separate times, and face tanking 2 amped versions of Sukuna's domain and just healing through both of them. Okay, so as a result, Gojo's cursed energy output is nerfed due to the damage he's taken and due to the massive amount of RCT he had been spamming. We see multiple times throughout the series with other characters, them spamming RCT nerfs them, and Gojo had just been spamming RCT through two buffed versions of Sukuna's domain expansion. And then he has brain damage from using RCT to replenish his curse technique. That's the state Gojo's in, lowered output, when he's fighting Sukuna, who's essentially fresh in the third domain clash. Despite this, Gojo's still able to overpower him and slam him so badly that Maguna's domain breaks That is actually, on paper, that's basically impossible to do if characters are equal stats. It's a nerfed version of Gojo, not just like slightly beating up a amped version of Sukuna. It's a nerfed version of Gojo considerably overpowering a amped version of Sukuna. It is a very underrated element of this fight because domain amplification is also a buff. This is shown to us in Gojo versus the Disaster Curses, where Jogo states that if he wasn't using domain amplification, Gojo would have one-shot him without even using his curse technique. So this is showing us that domain amplification gives you a defense buff of some kind. A pretty considerable one, because Jogo goes from he's able to just lose an arm from an attack that was initially designed to one-shot him, right? So it's a pretty significant defense increase. And despite this defense increase, a nerfed version of Gojo is able to pummel him so badly that his domain breaks after 3 minutes. That's an insane feat that he performs. And then he goes on to continue performing this feat for the following 2 domain clashes as well. So that is actually impossible to perform with equal stats. It's mandatory that Gojo stats are higher, otherwise that just simply doesn't happen. Another thing, we know that using reverse curse technique to replenish curse technique, the nerfs of that are stacking the more times you use it. This is stated by Shoko when she says like Sukuna's better off for having done it less. This is showing you that like the damage is accumulating from doing it more. And that's like the main argument I wanted to start with. I have a bunch more, but I'm thinking if I should keep going, because that's like the main premise I wanted to make. It's that Gojo's outstatting him pretty bad. Okay, there's some other arguments I have that are like more new, and then there's a lot of like other niche arguments that I could use if like people have different counters. Let me think. Should I say anything else? Let me just think for a second if I want to say any more arguments or if I just want to go into the debate portion. Let me think. Okay, well, here's another argument you could use real quick. Like, these are some interesting niche ones, right? One argument is that Sukuna, like, do I want to use that one? I might save some of these for after stream, because some of these are like newer arguments that I was thinking of over the past couple days, and I don't think I'll need to use them. Let me just think 1 second, sorry. I'm just thinking if I should say it or not. Okay, well, here's another argument. This is like a newer one that I was working on last night, and I'll just like briefly mention this. We don't even really need to talk about this one in the stream, but this is just something interesting to consider. There's a statement where it says that curse technique reversal uses at least twice as much power as curse technique lapse. Okay, and there's an entire segment of this battle where Gojo is just using curse technique lapse, and he's overpowering and slamming Sukuna around anyway during this portion of the battle. Meaning, oh, my cat is messing with my mic. My cat always, she always does that if I'm talking into my mic. She starts trying to like bite the microphone. Anyways, what I was saying is there's an entire segment of this battle where Gojo's just using curse technique lapse and avoiding using curse technique reversal. And it's stated that curse technique reversal is at least twice as powerful as curse technique lapse. Despite this, Gojo in this nerfed state is still slamming Sukuna around. Okay. So an argument you could make from this is that Gojo, using half of his power, still outstats Maguna. This is shown to us by him only using curse technique lapse and is able to slam Sukuna around, like dragging him against buildings, kicking him around, like beating him up pretty severely while using less than half of his power. Because for not only is it stated that lapse is like at least twice as powerful, so it could be more than twice, but Gojo not using lapse also prevents him, not using reversal also prevents him from using purple. So Gojo, he didn't just lose one tool in his toolkit, he was losing two. He was losing red and purple and was still able to just slam Sukuna around. So you could argue that Gojo, at around half power, is still outstanding and stronger than Sukuna. There's a lot of other things that imply that Gojo just outstats him pretty considerably, such as the unlimited hollow purple. Medulo shows us that the unlimited hollow purple is bare minimum equal to, if not stronger, than Sukuna's domain expansion plus Fuga. We get a panel where it shows them side by side, and they're equal in the destruction that they caused. And this is pretty much like the clearest evidence that Gojo scales above him. It's that something Gojo can do with his normal curse technique that he can spam near endlessly. Sukuna needs his domain plus multiple binding vows plus going beyond the limitations of his domain by adding Fuga on top just to replicate. And if you were actually to compare the destructive capacity, the maximum destructive capacity rate of Sukuna and Gojo leaves him in the dust tremendously, right? Like, for example, if you actually are trying to scale the characters, scale where their maximum limit is in terms of destructive capacity, the rate of their destruction capacity, Gojo eclipses him. Like, for example, imagine like them trying to measure what they're capable of. Gojo, he flies in the air and he's just dropping down unlimited hollow purples. In a very short time frame, he can drop down 10 of them. In that same time frame, Sukuna's done 1 or 2. So Gojo's destructive capacity, you could argue, is leagues beyond Sukuna's. You could argue as many times greater, in fact. Okay. And if you want me to have a segment where I'm debating like individual stats, I can do that as well. Also, the fact that we see Gojo in Curse Technique Burnout using RCT at max is still able to hold his own with a domain buffed Maguna is another clear-cut example of Gojo just outstatting him. So all that being said, Gojo is a stronger character than Maguna. His stats are higher. He's more powerful. He's able to beat him up while having numerous nerfs. And he's just the more powerful character. Oh, okay, yeah, I just remembered. There's one more argument that I wanted to use, and then I'll start the debate portion, okay? So there might be some people waiting in chat right now. I will, like, verify all of you guys as soon as I finish, like, laying out all these different premise points. So that way you guys have, like, specific things you can debunk if you disagree with me. Wait, there's one more point I wanted to say. Oh yeah, okay. One last point I wanted to mention is that in Jujutsu Kaisen, having a plan is inherently a buff or an advantage. You can choose whichever term you want to use. It doesn't really matter too much. Having a plan is inherently a buff or an advantage, okay? And Sukuna goes into this fight with an inherent plan advantage because he has a plan specifically designed to defeat Gojo, which is a very big advantage in Jujutsu Kaisen. It's proven multiple times throughout the story. Meanwhile, Gojo does not have any plan to defeat Sukuna other than just winging it on the fly fighting. And if you give Gojo an equal plan, a plan designed to defeat Sukuna, he easily beats him. Okay, so first off, an example of plans being an advantage in Jujutsu Kaisen is shown to us in Shibuya. That's why the disaster curses and Kenjaku are actually able to defeat Gojo. It's by using an elaborate plan. Otherwise, he would have just low diffed all of them. So it shows you can have a character that could, plans are such a big advantage. You can defeat people that could low diff you otherwise. Okay, that's what Shibuya shows. Also, Shinjuku, the Shinjuku sorcerers doing as well as they did was largely based on them having a plan. Yes, Sukuna was holding back against them as well, but them having a plan is a big factor in why they were able to do as well as they did. Okay, the proof of Gojo having a plan, let me word this properly. If you give Gojo an equal plan against Sukuna, an equal amount of information, or equal plan, however you want to word that, to what Sukuna had going into this fight, Sukuna gets decimated. Okay, so honestly, I'd argue he wouldn't even need an equal plan. He wouldn't have to have a plan specifically designed to defeat Sukuna. He could just have like partial, like somewhat relative amounts of information. This is proven with basketball domain, right? So going into the fight, Sukuna knew the weakness to Gojo's domain, but Gojo did not know the weakness to Sukuna's. That was something he had to figure out mid-fight after tanking 2 full domains to the face that were amped like beyond their normal limits. He had to tank 2 of those before he figured out the basketball domain, okay? If Gojo knew the weakness to Sukuna's domain, the same way Sukuna knew the weakness to Gojos, that would be an equal information. It actually still wouldn't even be equal because Sukuna would have the plan of using adaptation to defeat Gojo. That's still additional help. But it's not even an equal plan. You give them a relativistic plan, and Gojo kills Sukuna within about 3 clashes at most. 3, maybe 4. You could argue that he beats him in 1. Because every time Gojo was... Okay, because in Domain Clash 3, when Gojo's figured out Basketball Domain, he's already nerfed. And he's able to beat Sukuna in exactly 3 minutes. If Gojo had Basketball Domain at the start, he would be at full power. He would not have the nerfs from the previous 2 Domain Clashes damaging him. And this full power Gojo genuinely might just beat Sukuna up in less than 3 minutes. Okay? And you could argue he might beat him in 1 clash. Another thing to factor in is that he was never using Unlimited Hollow Purple. He was holding back to save Megami. All of that stuff, I don't even know if we really need to talk about that yet. But yeah, it's like if you give Gojo an equal plan, he's slamming Maguna in about 3 clashes at most. Okay? What happened in the 5th clash would just happen in the 3rd at the latest, but Maharaga would not be fully adapted. And he just loses right there. Or he just overpowers him in the 1st clash because he's not at low output, and then just wins. And that's all I did there, was just say that Gojo has equal information. And it's not even equal, because Sukuna still has a deliberate plan to defeat him. Meanwhile, Gojo does not have that. Okay? Wait, can you guys still hear me? My cat was just like slapping my mic. Okay? So those are like the main points I wanted to bring up first. So yeah, we can go over to the debate portion. Anyone in the comments who disagrees with me, feel free to share any debunks that you actually have in the voice chat. Don't be afraid. I do these debates all the time. And a common theme I see is people feel way more confident over text than they do like verbally talking to me. That's why people in the chat right now are able to say things like, oh man, you're wrong, by the way, bro. You're wrong. But you're not actually giving like counterpoints or really trying to debunk what I'm saying. But you have an open opportunity to. This is a wide open opportunity. You can just hop on the Discord, speak to me and tell me exactly what I said, why it's wrong. Tell me exactly why it's wrong. If Gojo fans are actually coping, this should be easy to do, right? So this is your opportunity to just do that. And I saw, before I hop into the debate, I saw one comment that said, Gojo said you're wrong, by the way. There's a pretty good counter to that. It's in the scene where Gojo says that Sukuna's stronger. That's before he even knows how World Cutting Slash works. Okay, a lot of people just ignore that for some reason. I'm not really sure why. But when Gojo's in the airport saying that Sukuna is stronger than me, he's saying that before he hears the explanation for how World Cutting Slash works. So as far as Gojo knows, he was standing there, thought he won, and then Sukuna just hits him with World Cutting Slash and he's dead, right? So from Gojo's perspective, he doesn't know when Sukuna had that. Sukuna could have, from Gojo's perspective, Sukuna could have had that from the start of the fight and chose not to use it this entire time. Therefore, a logical conclusion is, man, he's stronger than me. He could have used that at any point and won and just chose not to. Because at that point, Gojo had not heard the explanation that World Cutting Slash was a desperate last-ditch effort created from a desperate binding vow at the very last moment. He didn't know any of that yet. So from Gojo's perspective, he's like, man, this guy just had this trump card the whole time. It didn't even feel like using it. Also, Gojo can see curse techniques by looking at a person's body. So he's looking at Maguna. He sees that he has Fuga, and he's thinking, man, this guy had World Cutting Slash and Fuga and never used it on me. He doesn't understand the specifics the way that the readers are supposed to. But us as readers are supposed to know these things. But it seems a lot of readers do not know these things anyway. So that's the counter to that. Anyways, let's get into the debate. If you guys, again, if you disagree with anything I've said, this is your opportunity to tell me why I am wrong. So I am going to open up the screen. This is your opportunity to just tell me why I'm wrong. I laid out like a lot of my main arguments for Gojo versus Maguna. And the thing is, like, I've been doing this debate for a very long time, and typically, after doing these debates, I think that these arguments are just fine. I honestly would say that like nothing I said is glaze, nothing I said was an exaggeration. I think it's a very fair interpretation of the story, if you just apply a power scaling lens to it. But I think something that happens is a lot of people, Actually, no, let me just stop right there because I don't want to be rude, right? So let's just go ahead and start the debate right now. So if anyone joined, give me 1 second and I can verify you guys. Let's see, how many do we have joined? We just had 2 new people. Okay, so oh yeah, you're verified already. Verified already. Okay, perfect. So yeah, I'm gonna hop in here, and if you guys disagree with anything I've said, this is your perfect opportunity to explain to me like why that was wrong. Okay. Yo, what's up?
What's up? Yo.
You guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, perfect. So yeah, does anyone disagree with any of the points I was making?
I joined the stream a bit late, so I just kind of heard the stuff at the end of you were talking about planning and such, and I agree with that. I think that makes sense.
Okay. Is there anyone who disagrees with anything that they heard me saying? I saw people in the chat were saying that they disagreed, but maybe they didn't join the stream or join this.
No, probably not.
Oh. Yeah, guys. I mean, this is your opportunity if you disagree with, because I mean, like what I see a lot of the times, if I go onto a Gojo versus Sukuna video right now and say that Gojo's stronger than Sukuna and lay out these exact arguments, I'll get a bunch of comments saying that I'm wrong, right? But like this is your actual opportunity to like verbally explain to me why I'm wrong. Because the way people make it seem over text is that like if you're saying Gojo's stronger than Maguna, you're obviously wrong and you're coping on top of that. So if that was really actually the case, it would be pretty easy to debunk what I'm saying. So this is the opportunity to do that. And it doesn't seem like anyone's like doing that.
Well, from my perspective, I do think that Gojo is stronger than Meguna. Like, you know, Meguna came in with a plan and he knew a ton of stuff about Gojo and Gojo didn't know a lot about him, so he had an advantage.
Yeah. A pretty big one that led to Gojo being nerfed like for a big portion of the whole fight, honestly. Because by the time he has basketball domain, he's already been damaged and has brain damage from using RCT to replenish curse technique twice. And tanked like 2 amped versions of Sukuna's domain. So like he's already like a weakened version. Yeah.
I was mentioning this to Ryu. I think like another thing that held Gojo back was he really wanted to hit Sukuna with Unlimited Void because he mentioned wanting to injure Sukuna so like they could try to save Megumi.
Yeah, that's also like very possible. Also,
because, like, in the event,
oh sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. What were you saying?
I was gonna say that in the event that he wasn't so focused on Limited Void, Gojo probably could have just like left Malevolent Shrine and then started trying to attack from long range.
Yeah, he had a lot of different win conditions that like he was choosing not to do for some uncertain reason. And I think like the most logical interpretation is that he was like trying to beat Sukuna in a way where Megumi could be saved afterwards, but yeah.
And the thing is, like, even then, I thought of something else is that in Jujutsu Kaisen Zero, he like teleported Inumaki and Panda, so like, could he not have teleported Sukuna?
Yeah, it was written before Jujutsu. It was like kind of like not used again because it was like way too overpowered. It was just
like, but he also teleported Yuji at the start of Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah, he did. He teleported him.
Yeah, I mean he could teleport Sukuna. I'm not 100% sure like what advantage. Well, I guess he could teleport them both outside of the domain, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, he probably could have.
Teleport him to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah, he has a lot of different win conditions.
You know what I was gonna say was something I thought of while you were talking about how, like, people say they have the same AP, like Gojo and Sukuna, if you account for like Fuga. But it's like Fuga actually might just have trash AP because Choso puts Yuji in a blood bubble and it completely protects Yuji from like Fuga. Like Yuji takes 0 damage from Fuga. He was at the epicenter of the explosion. So, and like all the narrator actually says is the move is strong enough to one-shot Maharaga, which like red can also one-shot Maharaga.
Yeah, and it's like Gojo's Unlimited Hollow Purple actually was like just objectively stronger than the Fuga that was done in Shibuya, because that one did not erase the wheel, but like Gojo's technique did erase the wheel.
Personally, I have to disagree with that. Fuga is busted. I just think Chozo pulled a death binding vow. Because, like, Fuga was going to kill everybody.
Like, what part did you were just disagreeing with Fuga being like, stronger than, being equal to Purple?
Because it's narrative. Like, the narrative keeps, like, it shows both of their explosion, and it's like, yeah, they're equals. It's like, I take both in. The narrative is clearly pushing their equal, and like the Fuga that killed Maharaga was when he was 15 finger, and this one was a nerfed Sukuna with nerfed output continuously. So trying to compare two scenes doesn't really work.
Why is
more than Gojo.
Why is that 15? Wait, are you saying that the Shibuya Sukuna was nerfed?
Oh yeah, because he's at like 15 fingers. Like,
oh, okay. I see.
I'm guessing finger boosts output too.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the output of Fuga, like Sukuna's output, is mostly irrelevant because almost all the power comes from him turning objects into fuel for the explosion. Like, even if he was at one finger, it might be like almost the exact same power.
And even if that was the domain in Shibuya was smaller than normal.
Yeah. Also, it says it converts his curse. His curse energy has to coat everything and then turn it to fuel. The power, the potency of the curse energy also determines the explosion.
Well, also, Fuga. Oh, sorry. What did you say?
Well, I was just quickly going to say, does that even matter anyway? Because regardless of the output, Gojo can do a lot more damage much faster than he can anyway. So does that really matter anyway?
No, at the end result, like the destructive capacity rate of these characters is like two different scales. Like you could honestly argue Gojo's like 10 times stronger in that regard. Like if you want to make the argument that Gojo could do 10 unlimited hollow purples and the time it takes for Sukuna to do a domain, followed by Fuga, then yeah. Also, here's another thing. Like if you actually compare the two characters side by side, it's like Sukuna needs things in his range in order to have a domain plus Fuga that powerful, right? So like if they were actually side by side, like comparing their like destructive capacity, Gojo's yield is way higher because like Sukuna would have to travel to new locations and then do another domain plus Fuga in order to have things to destroy. Meanwhile, Gojo can just like fly in the air and like drop them down like bombs.
Gojo's range is also seemingly bigger because like, well, granted, he was boosted by Utsuhime's technique, but his chance at purple covered like, was it 4 kilometers?
Yeah, it went 4 kilometers, yeah.
Yeah, just...
But it doesn't really seem like anyone's disagreeing with like the points I made.
What were the points? I'm a bit late to the stream.
Oh man, it was a lot of them. It was like a full like 20-minute thing.
What's the debate?
So I'm just saying Gojo's stronger than Maguna. Yeah, I'm saying. I'm saying that Gojo's stronger than Maguna.
That's fair, but like Maguna isn't just Maguna though. Maguna is Maguna plus true form.
That's fine. That's fine. That's a different debate. That's not the stream.
Okay. So
I mean, like if you want my stance on it, like my actual scale for the characters is I have Gojo above Maguna. I also have him above Heian Arasakuna. And then if you're talking about just true form, I think it's a 50-50. And then Sukuna going into true form is also a 50-50, depending on like how much Gojo damages him. And but if you want to say that true form with 10 shadows at the same time is above Gojo, then I wouldn't be mad at that. I'm fine with people saying that.
Okay.
But
That's the problem with reasonable people, man. I just can't disagree with you.
Yeah, I mean, I'd still be willing to argue it, but like, if people told me that, I'm completely fine with it.
Why don't you debate like more interesting topics like Gojo versus Sukuna for the 50th? I'm like, come on, bro.
Just because it's fun. To me, it's still fun.
What about like the interesting topics like who wins Yuki versus Oro, bro? Like Urame versus Yuki. Like, come on, bro. Like, there's some of the women matchups in there, bro.
Maybe on another day.
Obvious, though.
What's too obvious?
But yeah, I mean, we're doing a very specific stream here today, though. If you do you guys have any counters to that stuff or no?
Let me be devil's advocate and act out a character here. You could say that, well, me and a bro was debating, right? I don't remember his name, but like we and him talked, and like domain amplification can nullify what's it called? Nullify domain short hits.
Yeah.
Why wasn't he using that?
Can it nullify sure hits?
Why wasn't he using that?
What?
He can nullify short hits. Yeah, he pulled up the data book on me.
The data book says, when is it ever stated that it can nullify a sure hit? The domain amplification.
In the data book, he pulled up the screenshot. Then I read it myself. Yeah, it does say that.
Like, like what does it word for word say? Does it say like a specific character's domain amplification can do that?
Jogos and Hanamis can do that.
I don't know. That might be a mistranslation because I mean they never
send me the raws because that's not stated in the data book.
Yeah, that's
So there's the question of output.
Yeah, I mean I have a better argument. Gojo versus Sukuna.
Yeah, what was that?
Are you
I mean, that has difficulty with high output techniques like Red,
Domain
and
amplification.
I assume domains are high output.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, yeah, domain amplification couldn't even stop a nerfed red, so like it probably isn't stopping a. But I can.
Megumi's thing without Dagon, maybe something like that. I don't know.
It was breaking up a bit. I think Kenny, you said you had something.
Yeah, are you using full power Sukuna? Are you saying how they would fight in a series, or are you saying a hypothetical full power Sukuna versus a hypothetical full power Gojo?
I'm just talking about Maguna versus Gojo as characters. Like,
yeah, I'm saying like in the sense of like both of them fully unrestricted going at it.
Yeah, like, yeah. When you say fully unrestricted,
Like,
what do you
like
mean?
Out of character, they're going for each other's necks.
Out of character? I mean,
Like full blown.
I was talking about like the characters themselves at full strength. So like Maguna using Maguna stuff, Gojo using Gojo stuff, and they're just fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like they're fully bloodlusted using 100% of their capacity.
Yeah.
But not holding back.
Okay, yeah, I don't think Sukuna was using 100% of his capacity against Gojo.
Capacity in what way?
It's just stated that he gets stronger the more interested he is in a fight. He's less interested in Gojo than he is Mach, meaning he had some sort of reserves left in the fight that he wasn't typically using.
Can you prove that he lacked interest?
I didn't say he lacked interest. I said he lacked interest to the degree in which he had for Maki.
Can you prove that?
Yeah, I can. It's just directly stated.
Well, okay, so you're saying he's more interested in Maki than he was in Gojo, right?
Yeah.
And you're saying the evidence of that is based off of statements that Sukuna says?
The narrator.
Mm.
Or it might have been Urame. It was either the narrator or Urame.
Well, so he was interested in the concept of a heavenly restriction because he had never seen like a heavenly restriction before.
I don't care for like the details as to why he was more interested. It's just stated he's more interested in her than he is Gojo.
We can look at that. Well, I don't think it's ever stated he's more interested in her than he was in Gojo.
Yeah, it is. I
Can-
got you.
That's not a good argument. Because the only reason he was more interested was simply because, like what Dino said, Maki was a heavily restriction user, and Sukuna had never seen that before.
Well, I mean,
It
even
made it more interested.
I think
And
it's
Gojo is just a sorcerer.
well, no, I think it's fine. I'm willing to like talk about this concept because I honestly don't even think
Yeah,
I honestly.
I sense it in general. It's a narrator statement.
General, I'm not seeing. Hold on. Because
After Satoru Gojo's death, Hajime Kashimo, Hirumi Higuruma, and Yuto Okotsu each fought Sukuna with exceptional talent. But what piqued Sukuna's interest the most was the one who had forsaken Jujutsu, Maki Zenin and her heavenly restriction.
but it literally says after Gojo Satoru's death.
Yeah.
So that doesn't include Gojo.
It said each fought
Yes.
with exceptional talent.
No, you just read it on stream. I see it myself. It says after Gojo's death, comma, and then it lists the sorcerers that it's comparing. Kashimo, Higuruma, Yuta, all three of them fought Sukuna with exceptional talent. But of these three,
No, I think it's saying, that these people and Gojo, like, this is what piqued him the most.
if that was the case, after Gojo's death would not be stated in the first line and then followed by a comma. It's like, it's very specifically like telling you what time place they're talking about.
I think it could be both the case, right? That it was the point of Gojo and also everybody who came after.
No, I mean, that's not really a debatable interpretation when it starts by saying after Gojo's death, comma, and then it lists the sorcerers that's being
I get what
compared.
you're saying. I just don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
Why is that? Like, why? Okay, hold on.
It could be the case. It could be the case that yes, it does talk about what happens after Gojo's death, right? But Gojo could still be a part of the group of which it's referencing.
I mean,
Like, the two don't have to be exclusive from each other.
okay, then why do you think it's specifically saying after Gojo's death at all? Why even include that?
I think it's just it's referential to everybody who he's fought. I think it's more like a hype statement for Maki.
Wait.
It could be.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't even include everybody he's fought. It says it says Kashimo, Higuruma, and Yuta. It's not including Yuji. It's not even including everyone.
Yeah, let me word that better. I think it's referencing the people who specifically, interested him the most, right? So, like, that would be Gojo, Yuta, Higuruma, and Kashimo.
No, but it's listing off the people who fought him with exceptional talent specifically, and it says Kashimo, Higuruma, and Yuta.
Do you think Gojo didn't fight him with exceptional talent? I'm confused.
No, that's not the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying it should include Yuji too, right? Because what Yuji's doing is also a result of exceptional talent, but he's not in here. Like, because you had earlier said that this was you said it was referencing everyone, but I'm telling you, like, it's not including Yuji.
I changed that because I said that was bad wording.
Oh, okay.
Referencing the people who were specifically piquing Sukuna's interest. Yuji isn't going to be a typical person here because he doesn't like Yuji in general, meaning his interests are less piqued when fighting somebody like Yuji.
Okay, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we'll be able to agree on the concept of, like, it literally starts the sentence by saying after Gojo's death, comma, making it very clear that it's talking about this specific batch of characters that fought after Gojo. And also, it's backed up by the fact that Sukuna calls Gojo specifically magnificent and does not say that about the other sorcerers. Not even Maki. He doesn't call Maki magnificent.
Maki cannot be magnificent, and he could still have more of a want to fight her due to the fact that I don't think Maki's as strong as Gojo, right? I don't think Maki's stronger than Yuta, right? I think most people, right, would debate who these people are in terms of strength, right? Like, there's not a big gap, or you think it's a big gap, and it's definitely not in Maki's favor, right? I think most people would agree with that. My point would be the reason he is peaked is due to her heavenly restriction. It doesn't matter the means as to how strong Maki is. I don't care about that. The point is more referential to the idea that specifically, he had some sort of reserves in which he wasn't using against Gojo. Whether Gojo was the strongest person he did fight.
Okay, so how exactly are you measuring interest? Are you measuring it based on, like, the intensity of the emotion he feels?
Yes.
Okay, so Gojo made him feel fear for the first time, and Maki never came close to that. So
That's fine.
Interests are as peaked. Okay, but you said that you're scaling it based off the intensity of the emotion. So you're saying that
Yeah, but specifically have a narrator.
Wait, hold on.
He access to the intensity.
Hold on, I didn't finish the point. So your argument here is that, like, correct me if I'm wrong. Your argument here is that him having interest in a character that's objectively much weaker than him is a stronger emotion than him fearing for his life.
For Sukuna, it can be, yeah.
Why is that?
Sukuna could have also feared for his life against Yuta due to the fact that Yuta like pushed him to an edge. Yet he wasn't as peaked against Yuta.
But
Kashimo
yeah,
the same way, right? Like Kashimo forces him to transform, right? Yet he wasn't as.
Well, okay, let me reword that better. Sukuna's life being in danger doesn't seem to cause him fear every time, because Gojo nearly killed him several times as well. But there was one specific moment where Gojo's power itself caused him to feel fear. Gojo wasn't even doing an attack yet. It was Gojo standing there in front of him. Made him feel such a strong emotion. Made him feel an emotion he had not felt in 1,000 years.
Yeah, fear could just have less excitement to him than... or can have less emotion to him than excitement.
So would you agree that adrenaline is... sorry, would you agree that interest in like strong emotions would be connected to adrenaline?
Say it again?
Do you agree with the idea that interest, like, okay, so earlier you had said that you were basing interest on strong emotion, right? Like the intensity of the emotion. Would you agree that intense emotions are linked to adrenaline? Like, would you, or sorry, let me word it like this. Would you say that adrenaline is a strong emotion?
No, I don't think adrenaline is a strong emotion. I think adrenaline comes from strong emotions.
Okay, so Sukuna was feeling such a strong emotion that he was in fear.
Sure.
You could argue that that's also causing adrenaline, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Like I said, I just don't think that these things are less or more than what Maki does.
So, okay, I mean, like, we disagree on the...
They're not, you're, like, logically... Lilos, I'll tell you this. I'm not going to disagree in the sense that, like, logically, to you or me, I just don't think the story is perpetuating the idea that it is.
Okay, and I think I misspoke. Like, you worded it a bit better than me there. I should have said that adrenaline is caused by strong emotions rather than adrenaline being a strong emotion. So, like, but one thing I'd say is, like, I think we just still disagree on like the initial premise, because I'm of the belief that they specifically said after Gojo because they're telling us that it's just comparing the characters after Gojo, and you're saying that you don't think that's the case. So I think we just disagree on that initial premise.
I can link it back to the idea of what we're previously told in a chapter before, which is like Odorame specifically saying like, since Gojo, like none of you guys have really piqued him, and then like the idea is Maki comes in and then she does pique in interest, right? So like I think it's directly correlative to what Gojo does too.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're just going to disagree on that point there, but I think we could argue like some of the other elements of that argument, like for example, do you think there's anything Sukuna does that actually proves he's more excited than he was against Gojo, or more interested?
I think specifically, specifically in JJK ideologies, you would agree give people strength.
Sometimes they weaken them too. Sometimes they weaken them.
How strong you are.
Sometimes they weaken them.
Yeah, that's the point, right? So like your ideology is going to be directly correlated to how strong you are, right? So any idea of proving your ideology and your ideology being at risk, right? This would cause, specifically in this case, for a sorcerer to gain more strength. His ideology is directly in jeopardy by Maki, where I don't think it was by Gojo because they have similar ideologies.
So another thing I was thinking, I think the actual statement is that Sukuna's cursed energy fluctuates with his emotions. I don't actually know. I don't know if it's actually stated that it's interest. I need to double check that.
I'll get the statement.
But
Oh yeah,
go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. While he's getting the statement, I put it in the chat, the domain application thing. I found it.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Did you get the raw? That's what we asked for.
The raw, you asked for the raw. No one else did. I'm gonna look for it. I don't know if I can find that though.
Okay. I mean, another thing is like though with the emotion thing, it's like cursed energy comes from negative emotions. Like fear is a negative emotion, so like it would be a more powerful emotion for cursed energy than like curiosity, which is like a neutral emotion.
That's a good point too. And I would also argue that he.
Obviously, like, it would be a good argument if it just obviously wasn't implied not to be the case by the story itself. I sent it in general, by the way, the statement.
I'm looking. Hold on, let me see.
The statement's in general.
It says, where is it?
That the-
Okay, yeah, I see it. You said if his interest in his opponent is tenuous, so too. What does tenuous mean? Let me Google that.
Yeah, I got you.
It means weak. Okay, so yeah, if his interest is weak, then. Oh, wait, where does it say it? Hold on, I lost.
So too will be the waves of his cursed energy.
Okay, so yeah, I got it. So basically, he's saying if his interest is weak, so too will be the waves of his cursed energy. So that just, I mean, that doesn't mean that like interest would even make him stronger. It just means like if it's weak, he gets weaker. He could have a base, like for example, he could have a base level of just 5, and then if he loses interest, it goes below 5. There's nothing that proves it goes above 5.
Yeah, so specifically the idea would go, right, that she then says, to think you could not present us with anyone greater than Gojo Satoru, you should be ashamed. Even bearing in mind the effects of his battle, it's clear Sukuna has yet to go out, right? So the idea would be that for some reason, his emotions, to some regard, does fluctuate his powers and capabilities. I mean, even if you want to say, what is it called? That, sorry. That it doesn't necessarily make him stronger in the regard that, I don't know, let's say that being at a 10 is going to be different from a 9. My point would be that Maki directly has some sort of higher assertion than Gojo, not knowing where that all-out barrier would be, right? There would be some form of want and strength to be higher than Maki, while his ideologies are obviously going to be more in play, which would also cause some sort of growth in physical prowess or capabilities. So there is a world in which it could be possible to which Sukuna was not capable of using all of his power against Gojo. And if in a fight he is able to use all of that power against Gojo, he would then take the upper hand.
So, I mean, do you agree? I mean, do you agree or disagree with the claim I made there, though, where it says that the only thing?
I disagree. So, like, I think the idea would go, right, that if somebody gets weaker by not having as strong as emotions, the more strength their emotions hold would obviously give them some sort of power out. So if you're able to be weakened by your...
Oh, sorry, go ahead. My fault. Go ahead.
No, the idea would be if you're able to be weakened by your emotions, so the duller your emotions, the weaker your cursed energy waves, that means the stronger the emotions, the stronger the cursed energy waves. It would be directly correlative.
Well, okay, I hear what you're saying, but like what Urarame says is if his interest in his opponent is weak, then the waves of his cursed energy are weak. It doesn't say the opposite is true. Like it's a possibility, but it's not guaranteed. Like what I was saying is a very equal interpretation of what you're saying, right? Like I'd argue,
I disagree.
I would argue that mine actually has more evidence for it. Like the concept that. Hold on. The concept that when he's normal, his power level is like a 5, but if he's not interested, it drops below a 5. And I don't think there's anything proving that it goes above the 5, right? Like you're the one arguing that it goes above the 5. Can you prove that in any way?
Yeah, Lilos, the idea would be that there are people who do interest him, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Gojo's one of them. Gojo's one of them clearly because he spends more time.
I agree, but Yuda's also one of them. Yet he didn't go all out. Like,
I mean, not to the same degree. It's not to the same degree because Sukuna spends like literally 100 chapters of the series thinking about him.
That's my point. Like, if he doesn't have interest to somebody to in certain degree, he's gonna be weaker. It's just total. So like the idea wouldn't go that
weaker than like his normal. Weaker than his normal.
Interest in Yuda and isn't that 5.
I mean, it's saying if his interest is weak, his energy is weak. It doesn't.
Yeah, but his interest wasn't weak against Yuda. It's just stated these people did interest him, right? It's just they did not have the capacity to interest him to the degree of Maki. His interest wasn't weak. He did have interest. It just wasn't to the same degree as Maki. He could have interest in somebody and still not go all out.
You said he could have interest in someone and still not go all out.
Yes. The higher the interest would inherently indicate the higher the strength value. It would be directly correlative based off of these statements.
I think we're at an equal interpretation, because what I'm saying is his normal level could just be his 100%, and then lack of interest drops him, and it would fit the same. It fits the same qualities of what you're saying. Everything you said fits into that as well.
What I'm saying is we're directly told Yuta does interest him, and Yuta cannot draw out that 5.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Okay, I see. Because you're saying that you're saying he was interested in Yuta. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're told these people interest him. Yeah, we're also told these people didn't bring out a 5. Somebody who interests him the most, whether it be to like what's in question, which is more than Gojo or not, right? Still cause Sukuna to grow in strength.
Well, then I mean, is this statement here after he fights Maki, where he says that?
Before. The Uraume statement is a chapter before.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's all fine, but you can't prove any of that means that he wasn't going all out against Gojo. You can't prove any of that.
Yeah, so my point would just be, my point is just referential to the idea that the more interest he has in an opponent indicates the stronger his cursed energy. His ideologies are just directly going to be attacked more in his fight against Maki, and he's more situationally aware of that against Maki, and that's his main driving point. And specifically, ideologies are where it gives people strength within the series. Upholding that ideology, improving your ideology corrects, proves strength. So specifically, if we're told, hey, this person is interesting him the most, and then we see she specifically is attacking his ideology the most and making him want to prove his ideology the most than anybody else we've seen in the series, and that's directly the implication in the story narrative, then it would be likely to assume that she piques his interest more than Gojo did.
I mean, I disagree with that. And so we could talk about that specific area of what you said, the concept of like who he was more interested in, right? Because I mean, honestly, I'm still of the stance that let me word my points right here. So I have like 2 points. I'm just thinking if I should say both of them. But I'll just do the simplest one first. My stance is he was not more interested in Maki than he was in Gojo. Okay. Like we had already disagreed on the first statement you used. But what I would say is this: he puts more time into preparing for Gojo due to his interest in him. Like the fact that he spends the entire series thinking about defeating him shows a higher level of interest than what he has in Maki.
To be fair, he doesn't know of Maki.
Yes, but the time spent thinking reflects his level of interest. He thinks about Gojo the entire series.
Wait, I'll give you an example, Lilos, in this domain, right? A lot of kids, right, have the highest interest for an insert field, right? Like, you know, a lot of kids want to be an astronaut or a cop when they grow up, right? Because their field of view is limited to what they know, right, or what they expect, right? And then when they grow up, they have more exposure, right? That exposure causes them to have more interest in other domains, right? I'm saying Sukuna's like a kid in this aspect, right? He only had one person in which he could look to like that at the time, whereas when Maki came into the picture, he now is also fixated on Maki in the same way, where he's like, I've been wanting to do this since we last fought. I've been wanting to fight you and prove my ideology right. Right, so like since he's known as Maki, he's also been pushing that same agenda or interest in the vein that you're trying to describe. Yet to say, oh, he's wanted to do this against Gojo for all of the series, well, Gojo since chapter 1 has existed, whereas Maki since chapter 1 hadn't had the same attack on Sukuna's ideology. Sukuna doesn't know of Maki's strength at this point because Maki had yet to awaken. The second Maki awakens, he then has that same interest.
I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's anything substantial in the series to prove that the interest he has in Maki is anywhere on the same level of the interest that he has in Gojo. The interest that he has in
That's directly within question, though, Lelos.
Well,
Like, I'm just saying that you saying that, like, Gojo, he thinks of Gojo the whole series doesn't matter because there wasn't Maki to think about.
well, yeah. I mean, I'm replying. I'm replying to that specifically. Sorry, just 1 second. Wait, what?
What Kenny said even true. Like, Sukuna was already fighting Maki when Arame said that. Like, she just dodged the world-cutting slash and already stabbed him through the heart.
Sukuna had yet, just so we're clear, the statement from Urame was happening during that interaction. She was fighting Hikari. It was at the same exact time. Then, as we get to the next page, and that's when we get the second statement. Just so we're clear, Anna.
Okay, but yeah, like what my stance on it is this: his interest in Gojo is greater than his interest in Maki, and that's reflected in what he does in the fight and how he actually prepares for the fight, rather than just letting Maki do whatever she wants and then blitzing her the moment he feels like it, right? Like, even the premise of your argument has flaws in it when you talk about the concept of when he's more interested, he uses more power. If that's actually your premise, then it sounds like you agree with me that he's more interested in Gojo, because against Gojo in a 1v1, he's using multiple binding vows to go beyond the limits of the pinnacle of sorcery back to back over and over again, on top of having a specific plan specifically to defeat him that he had been thinking about for the entire series. He's using a far greater amount of power against Gojo due to the interest he has in him. He understands that Gojo is really the only threat there out of all of the people. So much so that he uses a way higher yield of power than he ever uses against Maki.
I will respond to that, but I think Frox has been trying to say something for like the last 5 minutes.
Oh, go ahead.
Got you there, bro.
I don't think so.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, if you had something.
Okay.
Because yeah, I mean, I think that's a very flawed element of your premise. Is like you're saying that he uses more power based on his interest. But using that premise, then he's objectively way more interested in Gojo, because he's not just using the pinnacle of sorcery on him back to back, but he's going beyond the pinnacle by adding binding vows on top.
Yeah, I can explain that. So for one, I think we can both agree Gojo's stronger, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So cool. I think that just because a character, right, is stronger and obviously would result in another character having to use different things to beat them, wouldn't qualify the idea that that same character can't be going to a higher extent. I'll give you an example, right? There's character A, okay? He's at 80%, right? And at 80%, he can both fight character B and character C. But he would destroy character C, but lose to character B, okay?
All right.
Right, Lila?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. But character C, right, has character A and character C has a bigger bond, let's say, right? Like, it's like the difference between fighting somebody random. You've been to BJJ events. You know what it's like to fight and go against your buddy, right? Versus going against some random person, right? The random person can be better than your buddy, but you're more interested in the match with your buddy, right? In the same vein, Sukuna can then go from 80%, or character A can go from 80% to 100% and demolish, right, character C, but that isn't referential to the idea that character A is using 100% against character B.
No.
It's just character A was already stronger no matter what than character C. Like, if Sukuna had fought her with the same tenacity that he did against Yuta, he would have still beat her in the same vein, right? So I don't think that has anything to do with it. I just think he had more to use against Gojo due to the fact that Gojo is just simply stronger.
Well, I mean, but you're kind of debunking your initial premise. You just said he had more to use against Gojo. But your earlier premise.
The same things that.
But your earlier premise was the more interested he is, like the stronger he is, right? So you just said he used more against Gojo, therefore he's more interested.
Wait, he could be more. I don't think you're getting what I'm saying, Lewis. He could be more interested in one character, right? He could be more interested in Maki but use less abilities due to the fact that Maki's weaker, and be less
But-
interested in Gojo.
but that
and
goes-
use
but then you would
more
have-
abilities on Gojo because Gojo's stronger.
But then you would have to change your initial premise, right? Your initial premise was he was more interested in your initial premise was the higher his interest goes, the more of his power he uses. Therefore, if he's using more power,
I think you're mixing. I think you're mixing like powers and abilities.
I mean,
so like
we could go back and
power
listen
abilities.
in the.
I'm just saying his cursed energy, right? His cursed energy is to a higher level. Not that he's going to use his abilities more.
Okay, so you might have. I honestly think you might have shifted your initial premise a bit.
I mean, like, I may have worded it badly, right? But specifically, the entire point would have always been about the cursed energy specifically, right? Because the cursed energy, right, is what's in question here, because that's always been the statement. The statement is like, cursed energy would either increase or decrease due to the amount that he's interested in a person.
Okay, but even
in a frog more than Gojo and have more cursed energy strength, but obviously still use more abilities against Gojo.
Okay, even using that argument, it still agrees that he's far more interested in Gojo. Like, this is proven in the by the end of the Shinjuku fight. Okay, just to make sure I get your premise right this time. You said you think the more cursed energy he uses, that's the result of him being interested, right?
No. I'm saying his cursed energy is strengthened, right,
Okay.
due to the interest level that he has. So I'll give you the example of the frog again. He can have a stronger cursed energy against the frog because he's just more interested in the frog. Yet, even if he didn't have that same tenacity, that same interest in the frog, either way he was going to one-shot the frog. He doesn't have to summon Maharaga. He doesn't have to pop a domain.
Okay.
Whereas Gojo, he can have less interest in Gojo and be forced to, like, use more abilities against Gojo than the frog.
No, that's fine.
I don't think
That's
it's
fine.
his choice on his interest.
Okay, that's fine. I'm not necessarily speaking about the abilities. The cursed energy part. You're saying when he's more your premise right now, just to make sure like no more changes, right? Your premise is the more interested he is, the stronger his cursed energy is, right? That's the premise? Hello? It went mute. Well, yeah, I'll just reply to that. If that's his premise, that the concept that the more interested he is, the more cursed energy the stronger his cursed energy becomes, that means that his cursed energy would be burned at a faster rate. He's using more of it. And we know that he's using a far greater rate of cursed energy against Gojo than he does against Maki by a large margin. We see that after the Gojo versus Sukuna fight, Sukuna's down to less than half of his total cursed energy. He burned through, like, you could say 51% of it. Then after fighting Maki and the entire Shinjuku squad, all of these guys, and getting to like the very last chapters of the manga, it says that Sukuna is still at around the same amount of cursed energy as he was when he fought Gojo. Therefore, it's showing us that against Gojo, he burned cursed energy at a far greater rate, like potentially like dozens of times more so. Dozens of times faster than he did against Maki, so.
Another thing is, like, we know that cursed energy control and, like, your ability to control your output and stuff is just a skill, and, like, Sukuna's the most skilled sorcerer, arguably, so, like, to say he literally can't choose what his output is if, like, he needs it for fighting a stronger person, like, even if Arame said that, it's kind of ridiculous to me.
Yeah. But, I don't know. Does anyone else like disagree with stuff I was saying?
I disagree.
Disagree with what point?
Well, first off, I want to say, like, don't you think this kind of thing is a bit like the whole premise is a bit unfair?
What premise?
Because, as in, like, the whole kind of like the setup of the fight. Because, what's the kind of idea? Are you saying after, like, it's just like without prep, or like it's like at that peak?
No.
Like, what's going on? Because
so you might have missed
last stream. We needed Heian Sukuna versus Mukuna.
Mm-hmm.
He let him prep Maharaga, which is kind of crazy, and he let him have like fully like adapted like wall cutting slashes. So like, what's kind of like the idea behind this?
So it sounds Okay, so it sounds like you missed when I listed out the initial premises. So I guess you just disagree with the title of the stream.
I know the premise. I mean, like,
What is the
I just
premise
think,
then?
Like, the title's a bit like
Explain
disingenuous.
explain the premise that you disagree with real quick.
No, I understand the premise. I just
What is it?
think it's a bit like disingenuous.
What is the premise?
That's all. Oh, it's basically like what Gojo versus Sukuna without prep,
No,
like Maguna. No.
no. So
It was
the
my fault, by the way, Lilos. I had to put my kid in the car because he was going with his mom.
oh no, it's all good. Yeah, no, those were good points. I was gonna talk to Grape now. So yeah, Grape. The initial premise, I listed a bunch of different things at the start of the stream, like 20 minutes,
Yeah,
of
I
like
only listened to a few of that.
of like different points. But basically, like my premise summarized is that Gojo is stronger than Sukuna.
Or
He-
like,
he's just
like abilities or like all over.
he's the overall stronger character.
Okay. Like, are we saying like the start or like also the end of the fight as well?
I'm just like the characters, Gojo and Sukuna. Gojo's just stronger
No, because
when it comes to
I think-
Maguna.
I think Maharaga with World Cutting Slash and Maharaga without World Cutting Slash would have a really big difference.
Okay. So I mean, like, what part of this
Which one
are
are we using?
so? Okay, the way I had phrased it in this debate, I was saying like start of the fight, Gojo versus Maguna. Gojo is a stronger character.
Okay.
But
That's
if you want to add World Cutting Slash, it doesn't really change much. Gojo's still just a stronger character. He scales higher.
I mean, first of all, I feel like I'll just say like I think Sukuna was just holding back throughout the fight in like physicals.
Okay, wait, but great. Before we go into
State.
hold on a second.
Yeah, hold on.
Before we go into this, did you hear any of the initial premise points I made at all? Or did
I
you?
heard like half. I was kind of busy while you were saying that.
So okay, do you disagree with any of those specifically? Do you remember any of them?
I kind of have like a rough time remembering.
No, it's okay.
I
It's
don't remember.
it's okay. So honestly, like it doesn't sound like you really disagree with me if you don't even know what my points are. You just kind of disagree with the concept of Gojo being stronger than Maguna.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, that's fine. All right, let's just be clear on that. So then okay, you could go ahead and say the stuff you wanted to say.
Can you just repeat your premise? So is it going to take too long?
It might take a while. I mean, like basically a simple part of it is Gojo just scales higher than he does. And there's a lot of evidence of that throughout the fight. And one of like the biggest evidences of it would be Gojo while in Curse Technique Burnout. Max RCT output is still somewhat relative to Maguna in hand-to-hand. A domain buffed Maguna, that's insane. And then in the third domain... hold on. And then just a follow-up thing. In the third domain clash, Gojo is very nerfed from having brain damage from using RCT to replenish Curse Technique, and tanking a amped version of Shrine twice. Yet he's still able to pummel Sukuna, a domain amplified version of Sukuna, in 3 minutes. That's actually impossible to do with equal stats. You have like Gojo simply has to have higher stats, otherwise that's impossible. So he's just the stronger character.
Can you prove that Sukuna was nerfed? I mean, can you prove that Gojo was nerfed?
Yes, that's why I have this panel on screen. It's just straight up stated that he is. It says that Sukuna's better off for having done it less when they're talking about the effects of using reverse curse technique to replenish curse technique. So that tells you that doing it more, the effect compounds. Like it continues stacking on top of each other. The damage keeps stacking. That's why Gojo could use reverse curse technique to replenish his curse technique on the fourth domain clash, but he couldn't do it afterwards, right? And that's why they say Sukuna's better off for doing it less.
I mean, just because it's like the damage is stacking doesn't necessarily mean that it's like kind of affecting his stats.
It no. It objectively does because damage lowers your output. So Gojo has brain damage during the third domain clash, and that brain damage is lowering his output, and he's still able to break Sukuna's domain in 3 minutes, and Sukuna is using domain amplification, which buffs your stats. So it's like a nerfed version of Gojo is able to beat up a amped version of Sukuna in 3 minutes, meaning his stats are objectively higher. It's actually impossible to do that without being stronger.
I think it's just kind of impossible to say how nerfed exactly is, because like you can't really see the brain. You don't really know what's like kind of going on in there. Obviously, after.
Do you agree that it's a nerf?
Like he could. Yeah, but I don't really know by like what degree.
Well, it doesn't really matter what degree. It matters that it's a real thing. So he does have a nerf versus a Sukuna who does have a buff. Sukuna is using domain. Sukuna is using domain amplification. Okay, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Domain. Sukuna is using domain amplification, which objectively buffs your stats, and he has a buff from the domain itself. Huh?
Sorry, can you explain how domain amplification buffs your stats?
Yes. This was proven in Shibuya by Jogo, where Gojo is beating him up, not using his curse technique, just raw cursed energy reinforcement, and he like rips his arm off. And Jogo's like, wow, if I wasn't using domain amplification, that would have just killed me. So it shows you that domain amplification is buffing his defense so much that an attack that would initially kill Jogo is just ripping his arm off. So it's a big...
I think he's just referring to Gojo just using blue, because he can't because of domain amplification.
Gojo had been specific. Gojo can still use his curse techniques. He actually kills Hanami just pressing her up against the wall by using laps.
Wait, by strength, do you just mean like defense?
You could argue that it's all stats, because the databooks actually says that domain amplification is like wrapping yourself with a domain. So you could genuinely argue that it's all stats, but at the bare minimum, it's at least defense goes up considerably.
I think it just kind of a resistance like techniques, because like the whole idea is like the reason why domains amp you is because it's kind of like your own territory, but like simple domain doesn't really give you a territory, it just kind of like it's like an empty domain.
Wait, so what were you saying? You're saying that you think it's just defense?
No, I think it literally just is like technique resistance, because like the
but that doesn't
is the reason why
that doesn't
like, amp you.
That doesn't like counter the argument of like Jogo straight up saying like a cursed energy reinforcement attack would have killed him.
I would honestly have to go back to that chapter. Can you remind me where was it?
It's like chapter 87 or 8. It's like in the range of 87 to 91. One of those.
You know what? Yes.
But anyway, so yeah, you have an amped version of Sukuna getting outstatted by a nerfed version of Gojo.
I mean, how do you feel about Sukuna just like flinging Gojo in that one, like flinging Gojo like across like the street with one punch?
Gojo jumps backwards.
Does he?
Yeah.
Man, am I really believing this much? Let's see.
And that's a Gojo. Honestly, that's also Gojo using less than half of his power.
What was it, like 81?
Yeah, it'll take a while to find that.
Yeah,
so someone else been speaking to me meanwhile.
I was gonna say, couldn't you still argue though that like the reason why Sukuna was losing in the domain, like it broke, was just because Gojo could still use like red and stuff?
That's possible, yeah. But that's still just
like,
part of Gojo's kit.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, if you're talking about like raw stats, not like his technique.
Yeah, I would be including like everything Gojo can do as part of like something that contributes to his stats. Like the same way that like we look at the technique of cursed energy reinforcements and we like say, okay, that's where his stats come from. Using his curse technique is just another technique, right? Like it's all just them using their powers to do superhuman things. So like when I'm talking about like Gojo like outscales him, I'm talking about everything Gojo can do. Like this superhuman is above that superhuman kind of thing.
I guess that's fair. I was just thinking, I thought you meant like literally just if you accounted for their base stats, like Gojo would beat up Sukuna, not even like red or anything.
Oh yeah, I mean you can also argue that too. But
Yeah, and then
oh, go ahead.
yeah, I don't know exactly what the argument is against. I have heard though that like at least with the domain buffing Sukuna, that like the domain actually just buffs your technique, not actually you.
It's possible, yeah. That's based off of what Megami says, but Megami had like a incomplete domain. But Gojo says Gojo. There's two statements that say it buffs your stats. Like Miguel, it says like his technique buffs and debuffs your stats without a domain. So like that's telling you that like domains have a stat buff.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting. Yeah, I don't know, it's probably something you could say. Technically, you can argue, like, if you talk about their kit, like, Sukuna can't really use a lot of his kit against Gojo. Like, he can't even use Fuga.
Yeah. That's true.
So, like,
I just read the where he said it. I think Jogo's just kind of exaggerating.
Can you prove that?
Because like he literally just breaks off his arm. Like I don't really see how it would be like effective.
Could tear him in half.
Or not.
Could tear him in half.
Well, he just tore off his arm. What do you think is like the arm's gonna like affect the rest of his body?
Yes, I take Jogo's word and actual seasoned powerful sorcerer more as a higher form of credibility than your assumption based on nothing.
No, as in, like physically. I mean, how?
I just said he could have torn him in half. Okay, so like instead of like him yanking on his arm and it just rips off his arm, it could rip his entire torso off as well.
Yeah, but like maybe like a technique.
A technique? What do you mean by that?
Like glue or something. Like it doesn't have to actually be like physically.
Because that doesn't no offense, that doesn't make any sense because he's clearly not using his technique in the scene you're talking about. He's just using cursed energy reinforcement. That's the whole point of this fight. And which is why.
Do you think?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think it would have like ripped him in half, like vertically, like top to bottom? Because we know Jogo can literally live as a severed head and then like go heal.
Yeah, it might. So, cursed energy is like, well, I don't know if it works the same for cursed spirits, but it could have like torn him into two pieces, like the same way Gojo was cut in half. Or like I could pull up that exact scene, but like Jogo's of the belief that it would have killed him in some way.
Because I think if Jogo didn't have domain amplification, Jogo would probably like approach that like entirely differently.
But
like one of his techniques.
But either way, like no matter which way you want to like just try to justify it, it doesn't change the fact that Jogo says the domain amplification is buffing his defense. That's the whole point of that scene.
I think it did cut off.
What's that?
I thought you cut off.
Oh, I said even if you're skeptical of like, oh, if Jogo got torn in half, he could have survived. Even if you're skeptical of that, the domain amplification being there resulted in Jogo taking less damage, meaning it buffed his defense.
I just don't really agree in like how he's taking less damage.
That's fine. It still buffs his defense.
I don't agree.
Why? Based on what?
Some other methods.
Based on what, actually? You're kind of vibe scaling. You're just saying like, oh, even though
some other method based on his like technique.
Okay, but what you're misunderstanding is Gojo wasn't using his technique anyway. Like that's the whole point of the scene. He's not using his technique because there's people around. He can't use it. So I don't understand why you're saying, oh yeah, even though there's people around and Gojo can't use his technique, he would just use it anyway. Like no, he would not.
I mean, yeah, but like he can use like his technique in like close ranges. Like it doesn't have to be like. It doesn't mean he's like maximum blue. Like.
Okay, but even if I grant you this hypothetical, you're ignoring the fact that it's stated that domain amplifications are similar to wrapping yourself in your domain. They make you stronger as a result.
No, because when you wrap yourself in your domain, it's specifically the territory, like the environment, that makes you stronger. And simple domain amplification don't have an environment.
That's possible. So your argument is that the reason why Jogo says he survived is because Gojo doesn't use his technique. What chapter number is it? We'll look at it.
I'll get it back up. It is chapter, what, like 85? 85.
Okay, we'll look at this.
Because, like, he literally just rips off his arm. I don't really think this is, like, something like sure, if Jogo, like, tried to rip him in half first, I would, like, agree with you. But he doesn't even, like, try. It's just kind of, like, a weird, like, statement.
It's not a weird statement if you are just being honest and not trying to glaze. Like, it just means he's strong enough to one-shot him. But, are you sure? Are you sure it's 85? Wait, hold on. Are you sure it's 85?
No, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 85.
Where does he say? I'm on 85. I'm trying to find where he says that technique would have killed him. What page?
It's page, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's page 13.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not using this. I'm not paying for shitty translations.
Okay, no, it's fine. Don't worry. So, yeah, he straight up says the only reason I survived earlier was because the amplification was protecting me. He's this strong even though he's just using cursed energy manipulation and physical attacks. So he's talking about the cursed energy manipulation and physical attacks specifically right after that. And he's saying the only reason I survived them was because of the amplification. This is very heavily implying that the amplification is buffing his defense. And we actually hold on, stop for a second. There's actually a statement that shows that domain amplification, you can increase or decrease its output, right? So would you agree that a higher output domain amplification is stronger than a weaker domain amplification, like a lower output one?
Well, like, in terms of, like, negating techniques, sure.
Okay, good. So then you agree that you're getting a bigger defense buff from a stronger version of domain amplification than you would from a weaker output version?
Yeah, in terms of...
okay, stop. Okay, stop. Then we agree that it's buffing your defense in some way, shape, or form. If you don't want to agree that it buffs against physical attacks, I really don't care. It's completely irrelevant. It's still buffing his defense in some way, shape, or form against Gojo. Despite this, a nerfed version of Gojo is still able to overpower this amped version of Sukuna so considerably that his domain breaks in 3 minutes.
No, but we know that he's not keeping up constantly, otherwise he can adapt to domain.
Sorry, what?
I said we know that he's not keeping it up constantly, because otherwise he can adapt to domain expansion.
You're saying we know that Sukuna's not keeping up domain amplification constantly. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's a misunderstanding of the scene because Sukuna says he used it so much that he could not summon Shikigami as a result.
I mean, like, I don't even... Why would he summon Shikigami? Like,
who cares? Sukuna says he used it so much that he could not summon Shikigami as a result. We see that when he summons Shikigami, he's able to do it very quickly. He makes one hand sign and then he can summon them. Meaning, he was using it so much he didn't even have time to do one hand sign. He used it a lot. For all you know, every attack Gojo hit him with, he was using it. Which I would actually argue is nearly every attack, him using it is a pretty logical interpretation. Otherwise, he'd be able to summon Shikigami because he said he was using it so much he couldn't use any other Shikigami. That means he used it a ton, so much that he couldn't even do one hand sign.
Let's see.
Hello, do you have a counter to that?
No, I'm just checking because I'll just take the word for it in this time.
Okay, well yeah, that's what Sukuna says. He said,
Well, that's a curveball. I didn't know about that.
Okay, so yeah, again, I'm going back to my original claim. We have a nerfed version of Gojo, a low output nerfed Gojo, beats up a amped version of Sukuna so badly that he breaks his domain in 3 minutes. Again, that's literally impossible with equal stats. It's mandatory that Gojo's stats are higher.
it's even out at that point.
Okay. So I mean, is there any so if you concede on that point, is there any other reason why you think Maguna is stronger than Gojo?
I mean, initially I was going to say that Sukuna should outstats because of the time where Sukuna says that where Gojo says that Sukuna's output is like increasing.
And yeah, that's even worse in your case because that's before the third domain clash. And then, so that would mean I would not recommend using that argument because that means an even stronger version of domain amplification Sukuna is still getting slammed terribly by a nerfed version of Gojo. Gojo actually says he had the upper hand the entire 3 minutes against this like increased amplification version of Maguna that you're talking about.
I mean, how do you feel about Gojo? Like Sukuna with basically just like worse brain damage because you got hit with unlimited void. He can kill and he can still keep up with Sukuna. He can still keep up with Gojo while he has 120% amp from Black Flash.
I mean, there's actually no way for you to possibly measure like the difference in brain damage between the two characters. That's just like completely speculative. There's no way.
I mean, he got hit by like unlimited void. Like we literally just see like he like.
Okay, but why are you saying that's more brain damage than Gojo using reverse curse technique to replenish his curse technique 5 times? I'd actually argue that it's less because well, no, I won't argue that. There's just I would say that there's no way to quantify which one was worse. Like, do you have a way to quantify one being worse than the other?
Sukuna has like a more like adverse reaction. Maybe I'm just misremembering.
They actually showed Gojo's brain bleeding from him overusing and healing his brain. So you could make the argument that Gojo could potentially have almost worse brain damage from using his own technique versus the 10 seconds Megana had in UV.
Yeah, and it's also like Gojo had additional nerfs on top of that too. Like he literally tanks Sukuna's full domain, like not just a normal one, but an amped version of one, twice. Tanks the whole thing and heals through both of them. And it's stated that using RCT is an incredibly tiring technique, but Gojo spams it like to an insane degree that we've never like really seen someone do before. So that would nerf him as well. So it's like to argue that the brain damage from Sukuna is like beyond all of the nerfs Gojo already had is like kind of crazy. Especially when like honestly, even if you wanted to talk about like the post-domain fight version of the battle, like the second half of the fight after the domains, Gojo's nerfed pretty much that entire time anyway because he's trying to avoid being adapted to. Like there's a full 2 chapters where he's using half of his power, like debatably less than half of his power, and still beating Sukuna up anyway.
Yeah, I kind of just got like knowledge this because I don't really know a few of these things.
Oh no, it's okay. Don't worry.
Here is the thing. Gojo just like bleeds from his nose, while Sukuna like bleeds from his eyes as well. That's why I thought he had like more brain damage.
Okay, but that doesn't mean that he has more nerfs. Because even if you wanted to argue that he has more because like more blood was produced, like pouring out of him. Well, okay, 2 different things. Just because more blood is pouring out of Sukuna doesn't mean that he's bleeding more. Like Gojo's blood could have like not like left his body, right? And then the other thing is just because he like, even if we went with your hypothetical, that doesn't mean he's more nerfed because Gojo had been hit by like the full domain twice. Meanwhile, Sukuna was just hit by the domain for like 10 seconds.
I mean, 10 seconds of unlimited void, that's kind of crazy, but...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Megami's hit by it. Megami's hit by it for like literally 100 times more than that and can still operate.
Honestly, I think that whole chapter was really like weird in general, but yeah.
I agree. I mean, yeah, I have a lot of other Gojo above Maguna arguments specifically. Like, I'll just be honest, Gojo is just a stronger character than him. Like, no agenda in it whatsoever. He just scales higher. That's why I've like done these debates so many times, is because like I genuinely just believe that's the case. He just scales higher than Maguna does.
Okay, in what case do you think Sukuna held back against Gojo. Like,
I don't think
you
he.
know,
I don't think he did.
You know the classic.
I don't
So
think.
you think Gojo's mistaken?
So there's a couple different things. Like when he says that Sukuna, I said this earlier. When he says that Sukuna didn't even go all out, that he says that before he knows how World Cutting Slash even works. He doesn't know that World Cutting Slash was a desperate last-second binding vow. So from Gojo's perspective, all he knows is he was fighting Sukuna, about to win, and then he gets chopped in half by an unknown technique, right?
Right.
So, like from Gojo's perspective, he could be thinking, "Wow, this guy could have had World Cutting Slash from the very beginning, and he was just holding it back the whole time." He might have been able to spam that. He didn't even try. Like, so Gojo is operating from limited knowledge, but us as viewers know more than he does. That's one thing. And then the other thing is Gojo can like see curse techniques by looking at people, so he could look at Sukuna and see that he had Fuga and never used it. But Gojo doesn't know that like Sukuna literally couldn't use it because of how small Sukuna made the domains. And then the other thing is there's one other thing, but I think that's like a good too. There's one other thing, but I forgot. Oh, I actually just remembered the third thing. Gojo starts the fight by saying, are you using that face because you want me to hold back against Megami? This implies that Gojo knows about the true form as well. So it's like from so from Gojo's perspective, he knows Sukuna has true form and didn't use it. He knows he has Fuga and didn't use it, and he doesn't know how World Cutting Slash works. So obviously he would say, "Oh wow, that guy held back." But we as readers know all of the specifics to these things. He just doesn't know it. So no, like Maguna went all out, but like he didn't use Fuga and he didn't use True Form. So that's what that means. But this debate is just about Maguna anyway.
So I've been speaking for a while. Did someone want to speak? No?
I got a question.
What's up?
So you keep saying that I've been like half paying attention to the stream, so correct me if I'm wrong. But you're saying that Gojo scales above Sukuna, and you're not just talking about stats, right? Like just overall.
I mean, I am talking about stats.
Okay.
I'm saying he's the stronger character. Like he's just stronger than Maguna is.
Okay. I thought you were talking about like overall who would win in a fight, because like we saw who won in a fight.
Well, I can argue that as well, because I was saying this earlier, like just because I've said this like a couple times in the stream, when we're reading these manga, we're seeing low probability things happen all the time. Like Yuji being a vessel is like a 1 in a million chance. It's a 1 in a million chance that Megami could be a vessel as well. Gojo being born was like extremely rare. A lot of the things we're seeing are low probability chances. So just because we see Sukuna win in story does not mean that it was the most likely thing to happen. You could make the argument that there's like out of he had a 1 in 100 chance of winning, and he hit that 1 in 100 lottery. I think there's actually very valid arguments for that, because like the fact that Maharaga's adaptation ended up being something he specifically could copy is also very luck based. The first adaptation was something he genuinely couldn't copy. The second one just happened to be one that he could. So like it could have been any kind of adaptation he couldn't copy and he just would have lost, right? So I'm saying Gojo can just beat this guy as well. I'm saying he has higher stats and is just stronger. But if you wanted to argue Gojo's more likely to win, I can argue that as well.
Lilo, I also want to interject this specific kind of caveat with him being an incarnated sorcerer hosting the 10 Shadows. That gives Maharaga a lot to take from as well, because I genuinely believe this, and anyone feel free to like disagree, they can disagree, but I strongly believe simply because Sukuna was incarnated in Megami's body, hosting that with a secondary curse technique, that's the only reason Maharaga was able to produce the World Cutting Slash, was because he took from Sukuna's curse technique. Not that it just like formed that just because Maharaga wanted to, develop something because Sukuna was nagging. I mean, he directly took from Sukuna's curse technique, and that only happened because he was an incarnated sorcerer, which lends itself to that 1 in a million chance of him even taking Megami's body and so forth.
Yeah, there's a lot of rare things happening in the story. So, like, I would say that the argument of, oh, well, this happened in the story. Well, no, let me word this properly. I would say the argument of, well, because Maguna won, that means he's more likely to win if they fought 100 times. I disagree with that.
Okay, well, going back to your Maharaga point, like, how do you know that Maharaga would adapt anything different in a different time? Like,
Because the first adaptation he did was something Sukuna couldn't copy.
yes, but why would... How do I word this?
So,
Specifically noted to emulate.
Sorry, were you saying something?
My bad. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I can wait. Go ahead.
If you threw Maharaga in underwater, 9 times out of 10, he's gonna adapt something that lets him breathe. Like, maybe he breathes through gills or something, or like it's gonna be like, it's a very limited thing. With Infinity, it's also a very limited thing. Sure, the first adaptation was different, but I don't think there's very many adaptations that would let him get through Infinity.
I'd argue that there's actually like hundreds of different ones. Like, he could have developed a teleporting dismantle. He could have developed a like poison dismantle. He could have developed like there's like, if you put your mind to it, there's a bunch of different ways that he could have done it. But he did it in a very specific way that Sukuna could copy. Because the first one, like Sukuna says, like the first one, Maharaga transmuted his cursed energy into something that could bypass infinity. That's something that Sukuna could not do. You could argue that he could have just kept transmuting it into things that bypass infinity. Like, the first one was whatever kind of cursed energy property. The next one could have been like a poison of some kind. The next one could have been like, I don't know, a radiation or something. Like, he could have just kept getting adaptations that Sukuna can't copy. Like transmutation based adaptations.
You saw it with Daburo. That's essentially what he was doing with the light construct. You know, essentially transmuting whatever he needed, so that way the light wouldn't penetrate his skin and he would just urinate. And again, just a caveat of Sukuna having his own base CT on top of having Mega Knees. This is my strongest belief with that. That's the only reason the world cutting slashes is. Because he's able to take Superman slashes and apply it to his transmutated curse technique and send it out fire.
Another argument is you could argue that he could have like developed a inverted spear of heaven type property where it turns off the curse technique. Like, there's a lot of different things he could have done that Sukuna can't copy.
And I said that was the first adaptation.
It was the first one, because that's why he's able to...
Yeah, so I don't know. I think there's a list of different things it could have been, and the fact that the first one was something Sukuna could not copy, I'd argue that implies Sukuna can't even control what kind of adaptation Maharaga gets. He's just like sitting there hoping. Otherwise, the first one would have been World Cutting Slash.
That's true, but you could argue, like, after the first adaptation is when we see him, like, in his head telling Maharaga to adapt something he can copy, so, like, maybe it's because he told Maharaga to do it after is why the next one was something he could copy.
Like, I would say, like, a counter to that I would say is he doesn't specifically say, give me something I can copy. He says, like, you're my Maharaga now, show me what you can do. And it just happens to be something that he can copy. Like, he doesn't specifically say, Maharaga, give me something I can copy right now. You know?
Yeah, I guess he doesn't specifically say that. He says, like, that's not what I want to see, but, like, that doesn't mean Maharaga would actually know what he wants to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a weird subtext of it, so yeah, I know, like I definitely agree with that. Because him nagging Maharaga to, hey, yo, you're mine now, give me something better than this. Like, it's cool, but I need something. Because he didn't want Maharaga to kill him, he wanted to.
Yeah, but, I mean, that's just one argument in there. Like, there's a bunch of different arguments as well. But yeah, basically, I'm just saying, like, Gojo's a stronger character, and just because you win a fight in the manga doesn't mean that that's the most likely thing that would have happened. It could have been a very low probability chance, and that's just what happened. And yeah.
No, and I just well, just to be play devil's advocate for Sukuna here. Don't you think like Gojo would have lost if he didn't get hit by the domain? If Sukuna didn't get hit by that 0.1 domain?
If he didn't get hit by the 0.1 domain, probably. Yeah, in that specific fight, yes. Well, yeah, most likely, yeah. I mean, things could have still happened, like, but it was more likely Sukuna would have won there if Gojo didn't like beat him up the way he did. Like, there's a lot of different things that could happen in a fight.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because the reason I said that was because you were talking a little bit about basically just because something is happened doesn't mean it's the most probable outcome or the most likely outcome, right? But, in this case, you had like in this case you had Sukuna basically. Well, Sukuna basically putting himself in a position where if he take those circumstances didn't wrong, which was
It's cutting out pretty bad.
He got caught up or trying to do RCT.
It's cutting out pretty bad.
Can you hear me now?
Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Okay, yeah, I heard that.
Yes. Yeah, so no, all I was saying is just basically that that I think in the fight specifically, Sukuna would probably would just have won basically because his plan was pretty much foolproof, and the only real things that gave Gojo the advantage as far as the domain battle was concerned was pretty much very like a fluke thing, like the whole RCT in the middle of a domain, right? Like Gojo, that wasn't even Gojo's plan. Gojo's plan wasn't even to like, oh, let me catch him trying to do RCT with a domain, right? That's just something that just happened, and so that was just something that just happened, and that was just lucky on Gojo's part, right? So you could argue in a weird way that Sukuna would be stronger, not necessarily because of power alone, but because he just was able to outsmart Gojo for majority of the fight, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. I mean, when it comes to their last clash, where Gojo had a like 0.01 second advantage, that was due to the damage Gojo had dealt to Sukuna. So I wouldn't really say that's necessarily luck-based, more that's a stat-based thing. It's like, the reason Gojo was able to damage Sukuna that much was because of his like superior stats, rather than like something entirely based on chance. I think it's cutting out again. I'm not sure if it's me.
Yeah, bro, cutting out bad. He cutting out bad.
Am I cutting out, or is it Supreme?
No, you not, bro. That was talking to you.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I can't hear you at the moment. But also, anyone who's in the chat who disagrees, like, rather than just typing, you can, I mean, this is an open debate. You guys can just speak to me as well and tell me if you think I'm wrong. That's why I have the link there this whole time. Because I see people every now and then are like, bro, you're wrong, Lilo. And that's fine, you can say that, but this is like an open opportunity to like tell me exactly why I'm wrong. Like, that's why I'm doing the debate stream, so.
Yeah, someone was sorry.
I'll let you go.
I was just saying, like, we can actually arguably see, like, what Gojo versus Sukuna with prep time, like, if they both have it looks like. Because Gojo could have literally just popped his domain and, like, made Sukuna brain dead immediately when he was missing both his arms.
Oh, yeah. That's another thing, too, yeah. Like, if he actually just, right after blowing his arms off, just popped domain, like, Sukuna just loses there.
You could argue it's early Gojo with less prep time, and yet he still just, like, actually would beat Sukuna, like, no diff.
Yeah. Like, and there's a lot of ways he could do that. Like, people earlier we're talking about like, oh, could Gojo technically like teleport Sukuna himself outside of the domain? There is like a real chance of that. He might be able to just do that and just invalidate the domain clash and just beat him up. That's another possibility, but he has a lot of different win conditions, honestly.
I think the thing that messes up the idea of those win conditions is that people put a lot of like weight on the peanut gallery's opinions on what the win conditions look like, especially with how Kusakabe and Meme spoke about what Gojo had to worry about versus what Sukuna had to worry about. And Gege didn't really allow like readers to really think outside the box on that front, because he kind of set a premeditated precedent for what we think they should be worrying about versus what could actually happen.
I mean, sorry, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I was just gonna say, even with the basketball domain, because the greater context and caveats that Sukuna had was that he had information. Without information, if Gojo does basketball domain, the fight could have ended right there.
I mean, like, when it comes to like what people on the sidelines are saying, everything they say has like valid counter arguments to it as well. And something else to consider is that like halfway through the fight, Kusakabe is like, look, man, I don't like, these guys are so strong, I don't know what Gojo's gonna do anymore, so like, don't even ask me. And then they proceed to just keep giving opinions anyway, so you could argue that their opinions are just wrong. But also, like, any statement that they say, like, if anyone wanted to bring up any statement they say, there's debunks to literally all of it. But, yeah, I don't know. This is something I've noticed from doing Gojo versus Sukuna debates a lot of times. Is, like, people will type a lot, but they don't really, like, want to, like, exactly defend the points in the debate stream for whatever reason.
I feel that. And you know what? I was just gonna say super quick. The greater fight for me is given, if it continued on and he did go into his true form and just continue fighting Gojo, so that way we could really see what he would do with Gojo, even though once, Maharaka's gone, like, yeah, him having forearms is cool and him using domain amplification is cool, but it's like Gojo still manipulates space, push and pull. So it's like, even if he does have just two arms, extra arms on his waist, it's just like he can still manipulate space and hold him in some, different types of like unconventional positions that would like hinder him. It's like with Meguna, it's so 10 shadow space. It's really hard to like just say if he even built like really is like parallel. But
yeah, I mean, the main thing I wanted to focus on this stream is Gojo versus Meguna specifically. There's arguments, like I was saying earlier, I think Gojo versus true form Sukuna is like a 50-50. But as I've been like reading the series more, I actually think the original Heian Sukuna is like considerably weaker than Meguna. And there's like a lot of different arguments for it. But yeah, I mean, do you guys have any, is there anyone else who has like any argument?
I want to kind of go back to that domain amplification point about who can use this technique. Because I just checked, there are multiple panels that kind of contradict that.
That domain amplification does what?
No, because you were talking about how he was using domain amplification so much he couldn't use his technique.
Yeah.
But there are just like multiple panels in the manga that like don't agree with that at all.
Well, we barely see any of what happens inside the domain clash.
No, but Gojo literally questions why he's not using it, and Sukuna himself also says why he's not using it as well. I can literally tell you the chapters.
What chapter are you talking about?
Let me get them up right now.
Because that's not what Gojo questions. He's questioning why is he not using the 10 shadows.
Yep, so it is...
You're talking. I think you're talking about 229.
No, 228 and chapter 30. 228 and 230.
Well, what specific point are you talking about?
I'm talking about the points where... Look at this up right now. So the first one is when Gojo is questioning Sukuna and why he's not using his techniques.
Yes, he's wondering. That's what I was just saying, right? Like he says he's wondering why he doesn't use the 10 shadows.
Yeah, but like clearly that means that he does have enough time to use his techniques. He's not keeping like domain amplification on like 20%.
That just means Gojo's overestimating Sukuna. He had never seen him summon a 10 shadow at that point in time yet. He doesn't understand like how long it takes for him to do it, and then Sukuna gives clarification in the chapter like right after that. He says like, as a result of me using domain amplification, I couldn't use any techniques other than Shrine, like what was built into the domain. Like Sukuna answers the question that you're asking.
In 230, later, I'm gonna get up right now. Yeah, so in 230, he basically mentions how he's unable to do an application, and he was like basically constantly keeping up the adaptation.
That's
While unable to use amplification within the domain, I had Fushiguro adapt to Unlimited Void using his 10 shadows. As a result, I couldn't use any technique other than what was imbued in my domain. So
exactly.
I actually think it might just be like possible that like he just chose not to.
No,
I don't know where he picked this idea that he couldn't do it.
Because that's what the words you just read said that he couldn't. He said, as a result, I could not do it.
No. He said he couldn't use any other technique than what was imbued, but
exactly.
He's saying about how he's using he's actively using the adaptation, not the not amplification. While unable to use amplification within the domain, so he's not referring to amplification.
Here, let me pull it up. Hold on.
What? So are you saying that like even without amplification, he just had like no time to use like the summon of Shikigami?
Hold on, I'll pull up the chapter. Give me a second.
Because like it's not that fast. Like he literally has to make it's not that slow. He literally has to make like one hand sign.
So he says, while not using amplification inside a domain, I use 10 shadows to have Fushiguro shoulder adaptation. Okay, so and then he says, as a result, I could not use curse techniques aside from what was given to me in the domain. Okay, so what that means is he was doing two things. He was using domain amplification, and then when he was not using domain amplification, he was adapting, right?
No, but he says like.
Oh wait, no. Hold on.
To use.
I know.
Yeah, sorry.
I know. We're taking it one step at a time. Do you agree that he was doing two things? He was doing domain amplification and he was doing adaptation. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then the following thing he says is, as a result of me doing these two things, I could not use techniques other than what was imbued in the domain. You agree?
No, because
that's what he says.
He's saying as a result.
That's what. Okay, that's what I just said as well. You said no, I disagree, but then just repeated what I said. I said as a result of him doing these two things, domain amplification and adaptation. As a result of these two things, he could not use curse techniques other than what was given in the domain. Do you do you agree?
I agree. He's doing two things, but he's only mentioning adaptation. He's not mentioning.
No, you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding what he's saying. He's telling you he did two things. He's using domain amplification, and then when he's not using domain amplification, he's adapting. Those are the two things he's doing.
I mean,
that's what he's saying.
Not what he's saying. He says, while unable to use amplification.
Yes.
Within the domain, I had to adapt to Unlimited Void.
Exactly. Okay. How is that? Okay. Stop. Hold on. Stop talking. Yeah. What you just said is literally the exact same thing I said.
No, but he's saying like as a result of using the of using amplification.
Okay, really? Okay.
No, of using adaptation. He's not saying as a result.
Okay, so stop. So stop. So you're saying you think he can't adapt and summon Shikigami or use other Shikigami at the same time? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that he can't. No, he can do that. However, he can't use dismantle, and he doesn't want to give away that he's using 10 shadows because otherwise.
What? Wait, stop. Wait, stop. He can't. He says he can use the techniques in his domain. Dismantle's part of that. What are you talking about?
No. As in, like, he himself, like, physically, he can't.
Okay, you're jumbling all over the place, Matt. Let's stay on track. We're talking about what this statement says. I'm trying to explain it as simply as possible, right? It says while not using domain amplification. Okay, so that tells you there's times he is using it. So it's either he's using it or he's not using it. Those are the two things he's doing, okay? And when he's not using it, he's adapting. As a result of these combos, he could not use any techniques other than Shrine that was built into the domain. That means that means you agree he can use adaptation and summon Shikigami at the same time, right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, stop. Don't say anything else. But can he use domain amplification and summon at the same time? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, good. So you understand the only thing preventing him from summoning Shikigami is domain amplification, right?
No. Well,
what?
Physically, yes.
Okay.
But like strategically, no.
No. He's telling us that as a result of his strategy, he could not use anything other than Shrine. He says that.
No, because he literally never mentioned domain amplification. He just says.
That's what this panel is. That's literally what this panel is saying.
No, because if he said like I couldn't.
I think you're just misunderstanding the panel. Look. No offense. I'm not trying to be. Hold on. I'm not trying to be rude at all. You're misunderstanding the panel. Objectively, you are. And I don't know if I can explain it any other way.
No, but I mean, it's literally not what he's saying.
Okay. Explain the difference. Explain the difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying. Explain it real quick.
No, because you're adding in the context that he's saying both of his strategies. He's just saying one thing. He's just saying, while I'm unable to use domain amplification, I'm adapting.
Okay, stop. Gojo says he's using domain amplification. We know that. We know he uses it.
And?
What?
And?
Okay. Okay, stop. Please just think about the words you're saying. Gojo says that he's using domain amplification. And then Sukuna says, while I was not using domain amplification, I was adapting. As a result, I could not use any techniques other than what was in my domain. Please just logically put those two things together. He has domain amplification and he has adaptation. You agree that when he's adapting, he can summon Shikigami, right?
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about?
I don't even. Okay, stop.
I'm actually reading this. I'm actually reading this in reverse because you read. Oh my god, you read left to right, right? So.
No.
Oh jeez. No, wait, hold on. How am I? Because I'm reading it from top to bottom. I'm actually supposed to read it from left to right.
No, you read it from right to left. But I don't even think, like, I'm looking at the YouTube chat, I don't even think these guys are, like, listening to what we're saying at the moment. They're, like, having their own debate, I think. Yeah, they're just having their own discussion. But, no, I think you're just misunderstanding these panels, man. Because, like, the logic is this, right? Gojo tells us that Sukuna's, like, just using domain... Well, he's using domain amplification to protect himself. We know he's using it. And then Sukuna in this panel tells us, while I was not using domain amplification, I was adapting. Okay? So we know he's doing two things. He's either doing domain amplification or he's adapting. One or the other. And then he says, as a result, I could not use curse techniques other than what was in the domain, like Shrine. So that, okay, and to make it really simple, the only thing that stops him from using other curse techniques like summoning Shikigami, the only thing that stops him is the domain amplification part. That's it. If he was just adapting, he could summon them. So what he's telling you what he's telling you is I used domain amplification so much that I had no time to summon. That's what this scene means. And it's like, I don't know how else I can explain it.
Because he literally just never mentions using domain amplification.
Gojo tells us he was using it.
And as a result,
Gojo tells us he was using it.
I mean, Gojo was literally looking at him throughout the fight. Of course, he knows he was using it.
Is anyone here? Okay, hold on. Sorry.
I don't really
No,
understand how this is the point.
Stop. You just said that Gojo saw he was using it, right? You agree that Sukuna was using domain amplification. Yeah. And then you're at the same time you're just saying, no, he wasn't using it?
No, I never said that. You're taking out of context.
Explain what you're saying then. Try one more time.
I don't think, because he literally doesn't mention in the sentence using domain amplification. In this context, he's literally just talking about adaptation, and as a result of the adaptation, he can't use, like, from his body, he can't use Shrine.
No. You're saying, wait, hold on. You're saying you're mixing up your arguments. You're saying because he's using adaptation, he can't use Shrine. He can do both.
No, as in from his body. Like, I'm not talking about domain. That's not the only technique he's talking about. No, but like he couldn't use the other technique, 10 Shadows, because otherwise that was going to tip him off about his plan.
I don't even know if anyone's listening. No one's left.
I mean, maybe it's just like a bad track.
Well, you're making an assumption as well, so...
Because it literally just doesn't mention, like...
He says he couldn't use curse techniques. Wait, please stop for a second. Just hold on. Stop.
Y'all could be talking bad.
No. Stop. Let him stop talking. Stop. He straight up says he could not use curse techniques aside from what was in the domain. That means the Shikigami as well.
I mean, it also if he's saying that, it just kind of doesn't make any sense if he's referring to domain amplification.
What?
Because then that's like kind of like a no-brainer statement.
Wait,
like,
what?
Okay,
What?
While I'm using domain amplification, I can't use any techniques. Like, doesn't really like inform Gojo in any way. So, like, clearly he's just talking about adaptation.
What?
No, as in he's
I mean, I genuinely don't think anyone in the chat is paying attention because this isn't making any sense, man. What you just said didn't make sense.
No,
and no one's even saying anything. Sorry, go ahead. Just go ahead.
While he's literally explaining what he's doing to Gojo, but like it literally makes no sense if he says he couldn't use his technique because he was using domain amplification. That should be like just like a no-brainer to Gojo. Like, why is he even saying this? Like, it's clearly the fact.
Well, he's explaining the adaptation strategy to him that Gojo was unaware of. That's the point of this whole thing.
No, but like, why would he even mention that he couldn't use his techniques while he had domain amplification?
It's a direct answer to Gojo's question of like, hey, why wasn't he using the Shikigami?
Why would Gojo ask that if he's using domain amplification? That makes no sense.
Bro, I don't know how else I can explain this. Like, I really...
Because Gojo, he's not dumb. He knows that he can't...
Okay, I'll try... Look, I'm just gonna try one more time. I'll just try one more time. Gojo did not know that Sukuna was adapting to him the entire fight. He didn't understand what was going on. That's why we get this panel where Gojo's like, hey, why is he only using domain amplification? I had the advantage the whole time. It's because Gojo didn't know that he was adapting. That's also why Gojo says, why doesn't he use the Shikigami? He didn't know that Sukuna was adapting, okay? And then Sukuna's like, hey, by the way, the reason I didn't use Shikigami was because I was adapting and then flipping right to domain amplification back and forth. And I did domain amplification so much, that's why I couldn't do the Shikigami, by the way, bro. That's the whole point of this scene.
I don't think you actually understand where I'm coming from at all.
No, I understand everything you've said this whole time. It's just, you're not real. I don't think you're understanding this scene.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I don't really think there's any really point to just continue talking on because I know we're not going to agree on this point.
I mean,
what are you even like? What's the intention? I don't even understand what you're trying to say.
No, because like, because hold on, hear me out. What I understand from this statement is that he's saying that he couldn't use either of his like in his body, not including domain, he couldn't use Shrine because he's using 10 shadows, and he can't use 10 shadows because that will tip off Gojo that he's adapting. Because there's no point him saying that I couldn't use my 10 shadows or Shrine because I was using domain amplification. That's like a no-brainer. Like, why would you even say that?
Why would using 10 shadows tell Gojo that he's adapting?
I mean, like, because the six sides, they can like kind of like see like your techniques. Like, he kind of saw that with like the pivot back guy.
Then hold on. Hold on. Then he should have been able to see he was adapting anyway, but he couldn't. Him using 10 shadows wouldn't change that.
Signs of him using 10 shadows prior, because like he has to like pick up on like some kind of sign. It's not like Gojo can like just look at you and like understand your technique fully.
I'm sorry, like I'm not. Okay, first off, we see him many times in the series look at people and just know their technique. And then the second thing you said is if Sukuna used 10 shadows, Gojo's 6 eyes would like get a buff and he'd be able to tell, oh, he's adapting. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, not like a buff, but he'll just be able to know because like Pivot the bad guy, he literally sees his clones, and that's how he's able to know what it does. I don't think he ever like looks at a person and just immediately knows what their technique does without like any kind of clues.
He does with Miguel. He does with Miguel immediately, and he looks at Miguel and he just tells him what his curse technique does. He's like, "Yo, how did you?"
I mean, yeah, but he can kind of like tell by his like movements or like something like that, or like how his curse energies. Like,
but I mean, even this argument doesn't make sense because Sukuna is literally using the 10 shadows in Gojo's face, and he's looking at him, and he can't tell.
No, because like he's like hiding the wheel. Like, did you see like when he's like fighting, he like no longer hides the wheel.
But what's not making sense.
Was behind him, like he still could, you could still see it. So, bro.
I mean, what's not making.
Man, I think so.
I just don't understand like how you're reaching the conclusion that like, oh, if Sukuna summoned a Shikigami, Gojo's instantly gonna know. Oh, that means he's adapting. I'm not seeing how you're making that conclusion. I'm not seeing how that's connected actually.
I mean, I just think that's like literally just how like the six sides function. Like he can just make like big deductions on techniques of little information.
I don't even know like what to really say to that. I'm not sure like how you're reaching that conclusion, to be honest.
Because like the beta bad guy, he just like sees like a few clones and he like kind of like makes like a like big assumption.
I mean, like you're legitimately saying that you think if Sukuna used the 10 shadows, his 6 eyes would get a buff and like he'd know more.
I mean, not like a buff, but like he could like gain like from their evidence, he would like know what his like strategy is. He might like leak it.
But how are those things are like not connected? Like that's like saying if it's raining, I'm gonna eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Like it's like two completely separate things. Just like, but you're saying they're connected for sure.
No, it would be more like if like he like it would be more like if it would be more like if it was raining, then you could like deduce there's gonna be like a thunderstorm.
No, it really isn't. It really isn't. Like you can use, okay, we see Megami use the 10 shadows all the time. He's not adapting to anything. Like just because you're using the 10 shadows doesn't mean you're adapting. They like those things don't even correlate. I'm not sure why you're saying that.
No, because like Gojo's like deduction. That's basically what I'm saying. Like the deduction of the 6 eyes.
Again, you're saying that the deduction of the 6 eyes would just magically increase by Sukuna using the Shikigami. So like, for example, let's think of a funny, hold on a second. Let's think of like a simple funny example. If he summoned like one of the Shikigami, like one of the bunny rabbits, and they just started like tying his shoes, would Gojo instantly be like, oh man, I get it, he's adapting. Like, is that what you're saying?
I mean, maybe. I don't really have like a problem with that.
All right, bro. I don't know what to
Like
say.
he can like see like the flow of like curse energy or something.
There's literally no connection between those things. Like, he's already adapting. He either will see it or he won't, and he won't because he didn't.
Yeah, that's like a.
Just pure headcanon as well, so it has nothing to do with it.
I mean, how does he understand how pure bad guys, like how his technique works?
Like, that was an ability he could look at and see, but like the adaptation is something that he just can't see.
No, because he got like a hint.
Like, he didn't get a hint when he looked at Miguel and just knew his technique.
I mean, yeah, because he like Miguel, his like technically she works on like how he moves. Like there's like a beat to it.
No, Miguel was standing still and he just looked at him and he knew.
I mean, there's not even a connecting point between saying, like, I know what you can do and I know what you're doing. Those are two different things. Like, Gojo can know what Sukuna's technique is, but if Sukuna's, like, in Mexico, Gojo doesn't know what Sukuna's doing.
I mean, yeah, but, like, he can only make deductions from, like, why is, like, Gojo, why is he not, like, using this mantle? Like, it's already weird enough.
I'm really not following this argument, man. I'm not really seeing the connection between, like, oh yeah, if Sukuna had like if he just summoned like Agito and Agito started like doing jumping jacks or twerking, he would instantly understand like, oh man, that means he's adapting. Like, I'm not really seeing the connection like at all.
Well, we were just kind of disagreeing on how 6 eyes function.
I mean, it's not even like a disagreement. It's just like what you're making up doesn't even make any sense at all, like from any logical perspective.
I mean, he literally like sees his clones and he knows like he can like switch like lives through like these clones. Like, how would he come to that kind of conclusion just by seeing a clone? It kind of makes no sense.
Like I said before, the dude might have literally just done that, and we don't see it because it's not a thing you can see. But also, again, like, that's him knowing what it does, not what the guy is doing. Those are two different things. Knowing what you're capable of versus knowing what you're actually doing right now.
I feel like maybe he just knows that like Sukuna can adapt for Maharaga, and then from there he can just make a deduction on why Sukuna's not using like Shrine or anything else.
Well, we could move on to a different point. Like, did you have any other disagreements, or does anyone have any other disagreements?
Yeah, I'll stop there.
All right. Well, does anyone have anything else? I mean, like, I don't know, because whenever I do these, I always look over at the YouTube chat comments, and I see a bunch of people just being like, oh, Lilo, you're wrong, man. But, like, this is your opportunity to explain why I'm wrong, right? So, if anyone has anything else to say, like, you can just do it now. All right, well, that might be it then. Yeah, that might be it for this one. Unless anyone, I mean, yeah, like, last chance for today. If anyone has any other disagreements, you can say them. All right, well, I guess I'll just end the stream here then. But yeah, if you guys...
Wait, Art.
Oh, what's that?
Huh? Sorry, I don't have a disagreement. I just wanted to like suggest. Is it possible for me to suggest something for you to talk about?
Oh, okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I was kind of curious on your take on Yorozu versus Yuki.
I think Yorozu's stronger.
Damn, why are all your points reasonable? What's wrong with you?
I think she's stronger just based off of like, well, I don't know. I think it's probably pretty close, and like Yuki has ways where she could win, but like Yorozu's feats are more impressive. Like the fact that Yorozu's like considerably stronger than Jogo is like a big thing, because like there's arguments that Jogo might actually scale above people like Maki, if you take like all of the finger scaling stuff seriously. And Yorozu's like immediately doing things Jogo couldn't do after an extended period of time. And like, yeah, I don't know. And I personally just would have Yorozu above Yuki.
Well, I can't even like disagree with that. It's something that's pretty contentious and like among JJK fans. So I thought you would actually say Yuki or something.
Oh no, I mean Yuki's feats aren't really that crazy. I mean, like, she has the ability to like technically beat anybody with her like black hole move. But it's like if she's not using that, then it's like she's like, off the top of my head, I'd say she's like relative to Maki. And then like if you take all the statements seriously, Jogo should actually like scale higher than that. And he couldn't even hit 15 finger Sukuna. But then Yorozu's like slapping around 16 finger Sukuna, so.
Would you say Yorozu, okay, aside from Sukuna, Yorozu was the strongest player in the calling games?
Strongest player? I mean, well, Sukuna counts as a player, so.
Aside from him.
Other than that, I mean, Yorozu out of everybody there. I do think Yorozu was stronger than like Shibuya, Yuta, and stronger than Hikari. Yeah, so she might have been the strongest player, maybe. But also, it's like, I don't know, was Urarame a player? I don't think Urarame was a player. I kind of, I think I put Yorozu over Urarame too. She's actually like really strong.
I think you enter the barrier, you're considered like a player, so Urarame should be a player.
Yeah, that gets like more debatable. Oh, yo, Six.
What'd you say?
Yo, Six just messaged me, bro. Oh, wait, is this the real Six? Hold on.
Tried to get in the.
Wait, oh wait, is this the real Six? Hold on.
I don't know. I have no idea. I thought he was.
Lilos, do not let him in. We're gonna talk after the stream. Just don't let him in.
Oh. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I can talk. Hold on. I want to talk to him and see how he's.
Don't even message him. Don't even message him.
Well, yeah, I think this is the real Six. I mean, I could. Wait, what did he just say? He said, hold on. What does it say? He said, I was trying to join your stream, but all my chants aren't going through for some reason. Oh, maybe like. Oh, he said he can prove he's the real Six. Maybe I think there might be like a conflict between Six. Oh yeah. There's like a conflict between Six and some people in the server. Well, here I'm gonna end this portion of the discussion. I'm just gonna talk to him real quick because I've never spoken to him before. I think it would be interesting. So I'll just end this portion of the stream. But yeah, thank you guys for all tuning in. All right.
Have a good one, man.
You too, bro. Yo, let me call Six. Let me call him. Yo.
Hello?
Yo, is this the real Six?
Yeah.
Oh, no way.
You want me to prove it? I'm pretty sure I sound like me.
No, yeah, you do.
You want me to prove it somehow?
No, bro, that's actually really cool. Yeah, bro,
Yeah.
I used to watch your videos like when I was growing up, bro.
You were growing up? I ain't been in it that long.
I mean, like, not really growing up. Like, I mean, like, probably 7 years ago. I was already an adult, but like, compared to myself now, I look back then and it just seems like you're so young, you know.
I feel you.
But no, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
How are you doing, bro?
I'm chilling. Your stream was entertaining.
Oh, thanks.
Thus far. Who in your server has a problem with me? I didn't see anyone I recognized.
I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, there's a lot of people in the server, but like, yeah, I got a message saying like there was some kind of conflict or something. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's cool. I make a lot of people mad, so
no, it's all good.
It's fine.
No, it's all.
It's not completely impossible that I piss someone off in there or I yelled at them, some shit like that.
No, it's all
Definitely
good.
Possible.
I mean, yeah, bro, you're from like the debate Heian era, bro, like the real life Heian era, from like a long time ago. So anything that happened in those days.
I don't even really know if it's the Heian era. It's old. The Heian era, though.
No, that's how I view it, because like right now nobody really does debates anymore. That's kind of how it seems like from my perspective, right? But like if you were to rewind like 7 years ago, 8 years ago, it seemed like it was a more common thing. Like there's a lot more like big debate servers doing big debates, but like I don't know, now it's hard for me to find any on YouTube personally. It's like pretty rare.
Yeah. Well, yeah, there definitely were a lot more debates back then.
Yeah, but I am interested in.
Do often?
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
Is that something you do often? You just stream and just debate people?
Yeah, I like doing it. Like my mentality on it is like I just like learning from them. So I like try not to be toxic or like rude in any of them, and I more kind of treat it as like a discussion. Where I can hear people's counterpoints. Like I prefer voice chatting over like people just in my comments like saying I'm wrong without really giving a reason, you know.
But the people in the comments are never gonna come talk about it. That never happens.
Yeah, no, for the most part that's true. Yeah, for the most part, bro.
Yeah.
But
people in the comments are never gonna come talk.
But bro, I am interested in hearing like your take on Gojo versus Maguna specifically.
Yeah, I mean, my take isn't. I'll just be real. My take isn't that unique.
Mm-hmm.
I really just don't think that Gojo, like, entertaining a hypothetical where Sukuna is just like going all out on Gojo.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that Gojo has anything for him.
Mm-hmm. That's fine. Yeah, it's okay if we disagree on it. I mean, like, my stance overall, I mean, you probably heard me say it a bunch of times. My argument is that Gojo is just the stronger character overall. He simply scales higher. And, like, I don't know, you probably heard me say all of these arguments in the stream already. That, like...
No, when I joined, you were talking to the one guy about the page just, like, on the screen right now.
Oh.
Talking about this. Y'all were talking about it for a while.
Oh, though, then you missed a lot. I mean, I could say, like, my general reasoning. Basically, my mindset is, like, I have so many points. I'm trying to think of how to say it as fast as possible, right? I would word it like this. Just because... well, in this manga, a lot of the things we're seeing are low probability chances. So, just because Maguna wins in the canon story, that doesn't mean that that was the most likely thing to happen. And another thing to factor in is that type matchups are a real thing in JJK. A stronger character can lose to a weaker one due to the type matchup specifically. Like a good example being Ryu versus Uro. Ryu is like stronger, has more output, has more defense, but he can lose due to the type matchup of how their abilities clash. It's kind of like a Pokemon kind of thing, like a level 50 fire type could lose to like a level 30 water type. And I'd argue that that's like represented in Gojo versus Maguna very specifically. And I have like a lot of reasoning behind that, but I didn't want to like say like too much at once.
You can go for it if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't know. Okay.
Oh, okay, cool. So like, there's a lot of ways you can prove it, right? So like, for example, in the Gojo versus Maguna fight, in the third domain clash, when Gojo goes into basketball domain, he is like considerably nerfed, beating up a amped version of Maguna. That's actually impossible if they're equal stats. So like, the nerf is because Gojo had used RCT to replenish his curse technique twice, so he had brain damage from that, and damage lowers output. So that alone would make him nerfed to some degree. And Sukuna has not experienced that. He hasn't done that at all yet, and he's using domain amplification, which is an additional buff as well. So you have a nerfed version of Gojo boxing against an amped version of Sukuna, and he's able to break his domain in 3 minutes. That's actually impossible if the stats are equal. It just implies that Gojo's stats are higher. Also, like, Gojo face tanks like an amped version of his domain twice before that happens as well, and was like spamming RCT. And it's stated a bunch of times that RCT like makes you weaker as well. We see it with Yuki, we see it with Yuta. So it's like he has multiple nerfs on top of him against a buffed Sukuna and can still beat him up. And then there's a lot of other arguments like that throughout the whole fight. If you really analyze it, like a lot of it is like nerfed Gojo just slamming a like strong Sukuna. And then if you just actually scale their stats, he like objectively scales higher. I think the best example is when you look at his unlimited hollow purple, like the big like nuke version he does at the end of the fight. It's compared directly to Sukuna's domain plus Fuga. It's shown in Medulla. Have you seen that panel in Medulla where it has like the two craters? One was from purple and one was from Sukuna.
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh no, it's all good. Yeah, there's a panel in Medulla where it shows that they were like equal attacks. Gojo's unlimited hollow purple is equal to well, let me word it like this. To equal the power of something Gojo can spam basically infinitely, like his normal curse technique, Sukuna needs his domain, which is the pinnacle of sorcery. Then he has to push beyond that with binding vows to get the max range. Then push even further beyond that with Fuga just to match one technique Gojo can spam. And if you were actually to compare them side by side, destructive capacity for destructive capacity, you actually can get arguments that Gojo's like 10 times stronger. Like, if you were to have them side by side spamming their strongest technique, like kind of visualize that, by the time Gojo spams 10 unlimited hollow purples, Sukuna's on like 2 or 3 domain plus Fugas. Also, Sukuna's domain plus Fuga requires he's in an environment with like buildings. If he's just in an open plain, it's weak because he has nothing like destroyed to blow up. So it's like, really, Gojo's destructive capacity is higher, his defense is higher, Sukuna doesn't have anything that's equal to infinity. His speed is higher. You could argue blue is literally just movement. It's stated to be instantaneous movement. And yeah, he just is overall the stronger character. And it's more of a type matchup thing. That's kind of my stance on Gojo versus Maguna specifically. Sorry, that was a lot of yapping.
No, it's okay. I mean, the topic is nuanced.
Yeah.
You kind of have to. Yeah, you have to go in depth in those different types of places.
Yeah, it takes a while. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't really want to. I don't want to like attack your position.
Oh no, it's. I mean, it's fine. You can't like, because I do this debate all the time. So like, if you have disagreements with it, I actually prefer to hear them because like it just ends up like I'll learn from it anyway. So if you disagree with anything, like, feel free to tell me.
Well, I think I don't too much disagree with the things going on in the actual fight. Maybe you said one or two things I disagree with. I think a conversation that's more worth having about Gojo versus Sukuna, like the actual fight that happened. Because I agree, just because he won doesn't mean he's always gonna win. Mm-hmm. But I think a conversation that's more worth having is whether or not Sukuna was going all out on Gojo at the beginning anyway. Because I think that not only do I think that Sukuna, like Gojo didn't have Sukuna's interest, and that's gonna cause Sukuna to not go all out. I think that Sukuna kind of ain't to go all out on Gojo. And that's part of the disconnect that Gojo has with like the people he fights. Like, because of Infinity, Sukuna's forced to fight in a specific way that inherently puts him at a disadvantage when it comes to the overall fight. And then, like I said, I don't think he's going all out. Aside from that, like there's a few things for Sukuna, like Maharaga, for example, that he just says they just make the fight easier. Like, Gojo's like, oh, I didn't think you were fighting so hard. And he's like, not as hard as you. So, you know, he doesn't have to because he has Maharaga with him. I agree with, like, you know, Gojo's obviously harming Sukuna to the point where he can break his domain within 3 minutes. But I think that whenever they're doing the clashes, obviously Sukuna has to have Maharaga adapt to Gojo's Unlimited Void. So he's unable to use amplification whenever he wants to do that. And we know with amplification specifically, like he's holding back at times. Like I think it's the second clash, Gojo's like, oh, he's like ramping up the output that he has with his amplification. And then obviously amplification, like the way that it works is just gonna lessen the impact of the techniques that Gojo throws at him. So yeah, I always thought that was the more interesting part of the conversation. You talk about whether or not Sukuna is going all out or needs to go all out versus Gojo, and then the other feats become relevant on top of that.
Okay, no, those are good points, man. So, like, to make sure I'm understanding you, like, the biggest thing you were saying there is that you think Sukuna's actually holding back, and you said evidence of that is, like, him choosing to do adaptation rather than, like, spamming domain amplification the whole time, right?
Right. Because that was a miscalculation on his part for Gojo's capability. So he starts doing the adaptation because he wants to pull Unlimited Void from Gojo's deck, right?
Right.
But if Gojo lost Unlimited Void himself because he kept spamming the refresh on his brain. So same scenario with the domain clashes, but instead Sukuna gets to use amplification, so he gets to amp up his durability. So at the end of the domain clashes, Gojo's left with no domain, and Mahoraga doesn't even have to be summoned because Sukuna is using amplification all the time.
Oh no, that's a really good point. Okay, I understand what you're saying. Because you're saying that, like, if Sukuna had just used domain amplification, even if everything else was the same, he still would have won anyway because Gojo, like, couldn't continue opening his domain, right?
Right, but you see, like, so I guess I could say, like, a little bit of an issue I have with it anyway, even though it is what I believe, is, like, the way I'm talking about it, it assumes that everything plays out the same way, including Gojo, like, constantly refreshing his brain, right? But it doesn't have to be that way. That's just what Gojo chose to do that time.
So these are good points. Like, what I would say to that is this concept here. It's that throughout all of Jujutsu Kaisen, it's shown to us that having a plan is it's either an advantage or a buff. You could choose whichever term you want to use. Like, this is shown to us in Shibuya. That's why, like, the disaster curses in Kenjaku were able to beat Gojo. It's because they had a plan. Otherwise, he would have just low-diffed them. So that shows us that with a plan, you can actually become so quote-unquote powerful that you can defeat someone who would low-diff you otherwise. Now, in this Gojo versus Sukuna fight, Sukuna goes in there with a plan and additional information that Gojo doesn't have. If you that information being he knows the weakness to Gojo's domain, but Gojo does not know the weakness to his. Like, Sukuna knows if he leans against Gojo's back, it turns off the sure hit, right? And he has a plan specifically to beat Gojo going into it, which is the adaptation. So that's two advantages. It's like a big knowledge check, a knowledge diff, you could say. If you give Gojo equal information, he actually slams Sukuna well before the end of the fifth clash. That's proven.
I agree with that.
Right? Like, that's proven by Gojo, even while nerfed, being able to beat up Maguna. Basically,
yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, right. Because
like, if you make them run it back and Gojo gets the same information he has going in, I think the fight becomes increasingly harder for Sukuna and much easier for Gojo.
Yes, because, like, it's actually, like, pretty much narratively shown to us that the first three domain clashes, it's just Gojo trying to catch up on the knowledge Sukuna had going in. Like, by the third domain clash, that's where he figures out, oh, basketball domain is the weakness to Sukuna's domain. But Sukuna knew the weakness to Gojo's domain from the very beginning. If Gojo knows the weakness from the start and Sukuna knows the weakness from the start, they're equal information now. Gojo just starts with basketball domain. He doesn't have all of these nerfs. He doesn't have the RCT nerf. He doesn't have, like, tanking two domains back-to-back nerf. He doesn't have any of that. He genuinely might beat Sukuna in one domain clash. Like, he might just slam him into the ground and, like, kill him because he wouldn't have all of these nerfs that the third domain clash Gojo had. Like, Sukuna might not be able to last 3 minutes. Even if he was just spamming domain amplification, might not be able to. And then the other argument is like, I'd argue he was spamming domain amplification anyway, because like he says he was using it so much that he couldn't summon Shikigami, and we see he can summon Shikigami pretty fast. So like,
no, he can't summon Shikigami because Megami has the wheel. He can't use it while Megami uses it.
So you're saying that because Megami has the wheel of adaptation over his head, he can't summon at the same time?
Yeah. So when Megami's using the technique, he can't use the technique.
I think we see in the Yorozu fight he does that though.
No, he never does that.
Wait, is the wheel above his head? His head specifically when he summons?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, at that point I'd argue it's an equal interpretation because I'm not certain if that's actually the case. That like just Megami having the wheel means he can't summon other Shikigami. I thought, like, the way I've always viewed it is that the only time he can't summon is if he's using domain amplification. Because I'm not really sure.
I'll send you the page.
I'm not really sure why Megami having the wheel over his head would prevent him from using the technique.
It's to do with the like, you know, when Sukuna's using one technique, he can't use the other one.
Well, that's like if he can't use Shrine and the Shikigami at the same time, but adaptation is just part of 10 Shadows.
Yeah, so I was saying like you know that concept, but yeah, whenever hold on. Let's see. Yeah, here. It's actually it was in that scan you sent earlier, but he says while he was unable to use amplification within the domain, Megami was using the unlimited. He was adapting to unlimited void using the 10 shadows, and since that was the case, he couldn't use any curse techniques other than his own.
Okay, yeah, I'm reading it. You said, while unable to use amplification within the domain, I had Megami adapt to Unlimited Void using his 10 shadows. As a result, I couldn't use any curse technique other than what was imbued in the domain. Okay, yeah, I mean, so your argument is, you think this is saying because Megami's adapting, in that moment, he can't also summon, right?
Right, so Kuna can't summon while Megami's doing his shit.
So that's a fair interpretation. The interpretation the way I view it is this is saying he's doing two things. He's using amplification, and when he's not doing that, he's adapting. And because he was using amplification so much, he didn't have time to summon Shikigami. That's how I interpret this panel. Because in my mind, that makes more sense, because I don't see why he wouldn't be able to do to have Megami adapt and then him just use the 10 shadows again. Like, they're both just the 10 shadows.
They're both the 10 shadows, but they like, Sukuna doesn't have 10 shadows. Megami has 10 shadows, and he can use Megami's technique. So like, I understand what you're saying with like, oh, he's saying he's doing two things. He is saying he's doing two things, but in that panel specifically, he's talking about the situation where amplification is not in use. She says, while not able to use amplification, this is what's going on.
Okay, I see what you're saying. While not. Yeah, I mean, we might just have to agree to disagree on that. I see your point, though. I see exactly like how it can be interpreted that way. Because you could argue, well, exactly what you just said. You could argue he's saying specifically in the instance when I'm not using amplification, Megami's shouldering adaptation, and in that moment, I can't use other Shikigami. But, I don't know. It makes me want to look at, there's a couple things I'm thinking, right? Like, I want to look at the Yorozu fight, and see if there's any moment where he summons a Shikigami, because while we don't see the wheel over his head. I want to go back and look at that, because like he might have been adapting the entire fight even before like putting the wheel above his head. Actually, let me go back and look at that.
Well, in order for him to adapt with the wheel off his head, it has to be on Megami's, so it has
right.
to be an attack that hits Megami's soul.
It might not necessarily. It might. You might be right there. I want to just go and look at it real quick. What is that shot? Is it like two? If anyone in the chat knows, like
217.
217?
217 to 19, yeah.
When he's fighting her. Okay. So, like, I could make the argument that as soon as the fight starts, he's already doing that, but I might be wrong. I want to see, like, if we see the very moment it becomes clear that he's using Maharaga. I think it does. Oh, yeah, no. So we see, as the fights, there's a specific moment where he spawns the wheel above his head.
Yeah, at the end of 217.
Yeah, and I was just thinking, like, it could be the case that he was always adapting and then chose to put it over his head here, but I think that's a little less likely, right? Like, I'm not sure what use he would have in putting it above his head specifically, if it could have just been on Megumi's soul. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, if you look to the Gojo Sukuna fight in 230, the last chapter we were just talking about, you know, Gojo's talking about how while Sukuna was like evading the curse technique throughout whatever methods he was doing, since Unlimited Void attacks literally everything within the domain, it was hitting Megumi's soul, and that's why Megumi is able to shoulder the adaptation.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to think about it a bit more. But even if we want to go with that interpretation, the one you're saying, right, where he can't he can't summon Shikigami while adapting. Even if we go with that interpretation, like 99.9% of the domain clash is off screen. We only see like a couple small panels of it, and even in the small panels we get, we see Sukuna using domain amplification. So for all we know, every single attack that Gojo lands on, well, yeah, let me word it like this. For all we know, like 90% of the attacks Gojo lands on him, he's using domain amplification, and then he gets distance and turns it off. For all we know, that could be a real possibility, because outside of the domain clash, that's actually how he fights, like exactly how he fights. And 231, 232.
Oh, my bad. You cut out for me.
Oh, my bad. No, you go ahead.
No, yeah, okay. I'll tell you, I agree. You could say, like, possibly he's using domain amplification in specific instances where it's not explicitly shown, but I will say the only time, because in the first clash he doesn't use it, he shatters the domain too quickly. In the second clash he uses it, but he uses it until he figures out another way to destroy Gojo's domain. And specifically, whenever Sukuna uses amplification, like the point of it is for offense. Like when you see he turns on amplification, he's trying to punch and hit Gojo. But in the third, I think it's the fourth clash actually. The fourth clash, that's the one we get to see inside. Sukuna's not attacking Gojo whatsoever. So I would argue, since he's not doing that, he probably doesn't have amplification on, and he's going for the Maharaga adaptation.
In the fourth clash, you said?
Yes, in the fourth clash.
I can go look at that. I mean, here, let me see before I say what I was going to say. Well, like I was going to say that I think it's possible that inside of the domain clash, he was fighting like the same way he fought outside of it. But let me look at that. So sorry, you said fourth class. I think that's 229. 229. Okay. I'll look at that. Let's see. Because it's like another thing about domain amplification is sometimes it, like Gege doesn't draw it. It's just like invisible, so you don't know if he's using it. Like in this panel here,
it makes a specific sound.
I mean, like in it doesn't always have to like be depicted, right? Like in this one panel here, where Gojo's like punching him and Sukuna's blocking it, and he's slamming him around and punches him into the ground. All of this could be domain amplification Meguna getting slammed.
I don't disagree with you. I agree that it 100% could be. I'm saying that there's a pattern whenever Sukuna uses domain amplification and how he acts after he uses it, and none of that is present here. So like when he turns it on, he typically is going to attack Gojo because using amplification, that's just what it's for. Like he goes to to bypass infinity or whatever.
I would disagree because in 232 we see him use it on defense. Like there's a scene where Gojo fires rock. I mean, I said fires rock like it's Hunter x Hunter. Fires red at a pillar, and like to block, like red directly isn't even hitting Sukuna. It's like red going through a pillar and then the rocks like hitting Sukuna. Or you could say it's just getting slowed down. No, yeah, it's red getting slowed down by the rocks, and it still hits Sukuna. But Sukuna blocks with domain amplification here. Like, he's not actually going on offense. This is pure defense.
No, I again, another good example. I agree with you that obviously he's using domain amplification in this example, but like when I was specifically talking about the behaviors of how he acts when he's using domain amplification, that's to point out when we can tell that he's or that's to give us something to go off of when he's not using, or when those indicators aren't as clear. And in this example, the indicator is just clear. Like, it's just another time we clearly know that he's using amplification. And this is specifically to block a red. And we know that reds, and you know, Sukuna can sense the spark of personage and all that.
Right.
We know that reds are higher outputs than blues. So it makes more sense for Sukuna to be on the defensive against something like this. And then if you notice, he doesn't go for it until Gojo uses the red.
And then you also said there's a sound effect that happens whenever he uses domain amplification. Is that sound effect present here?
No, it's specifically when it clashes with Infinity.
Oh, okay, I see. So yeah, I mean,
if you want to look at it, it's in 224. It's whenever he cuts the building in half and the building's falling.
Okay, I can look at that.
And it's like whenever the amplification is grinding against Infinity, it's the same shit that happens when Jogo and Hanami do it too.
Yeah, I just think like there's a real possibility that there are instances. Well, okay, first off, like the fact that so much of the domain clash is off screen, like we don't even see it. In my opinion, like that alone is really it. I personally don't try to argue for like, oh, Sukuna used domain amplification for specifically 2 minutes and 15 seconds because we don't actually know, right? Like he genuinely might have been doing it every time he got punched. He could have been doing it, like, for all we know, like the whole time in the domain clash, he was turning domain amplification on, jumping back, running away. Gojo comes up, turns it back on. He could have done that the whole time. And then one panel we see he's not doing that. So it's like there's so much unknown there. But I still believe my interpretation is pretty fair, talking about the concept of like equal information. Gojo's just stronger. And I think like really the only advantage Sukuna has is type matchup things. Like, for example, having an open barrier domain isn't even an inherent advantage against a basketball domain. That's like a very specific. It's very specifically an advantage.
Sukuna only.
Yeah, for Sukuna specifically, right? Like if Akari has an open barrier domain and was as strong as Gojo, it would actually do nothing. Like it just wouldn't break it on the outside. Right? Yeah, Kenjaku. You could argue maybe even 10 shadows. Like if he just summons like a bunch of elephants and they're just like outside the domain, like I don't know. You know, there's like I argue it's more of a type matchup thing, right? Because let me try to word it like this. Like without domains, Gojo's very clearly stronger in my opinion. Like he slams pretty badly. And then their domains are able to equally clash. But due to Sukuna having a very specific property in his curse technique, he's able to like have an advantage in domain clashes. Not really due to strength, it's more of a barrier skill thing. The same way that Kenjaku has better barrier skills than Gojo, but he's not stronger than him. It's kind of the same thing I'd say here.
Yeah, I don't really have a disagreement there. I don't think that the domain is all that important.
I mean, another way I could word it, like I was speaking to one of my friends about like the stat difference between like Maguna and Gojo. Their overall just raw stats like strength, defense, speed, DC, AP. And we were talking, I was like, yeah, if you had them like in Dragon Ball Z and you had people with power level scouters looking at them, Gojo's power level would be higher. And I think that's a completely fair.
Fuck with that one.
You don't like that one? You disagree?
Nah, not that one.
What's the disagreement?
I think Sukuna, because the power levels like with power levels, we know like someone with a higher power level in Dragon Ball, for example, they're stronger. I think power levels would probably calculate output. So I think they would probably say that Sukuna is stronger. I think Sukuna probably has higher output than Gojo does.
I mean, Gojo says that in terms of curse technique, he's overwhelmingly stronger.
That's in reference to the domain. So like, if Sukuna had a technique like Unlimited Void, then when his domain went down, Gojo wouldn't have been able to do anything.
I don't know. I think it's... I mean, I'd say it's an equal interpretation, really. Like, the fact that he's able to face tank, like, the output amped version of it twice is kind of... Because, like, it's stated that when Sukuna shrinks his domain range, the output increases, right? And, like, the first domain is a small one. So Gojo face tanks, like, a increased version of his domain. And Sukuna can't even take, like, no matter what form of Unlimited Void, it's, like, one-tapping him. I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like so you put like reverse Gojo and Sukuna's positions. If Sukuna's domain goes down, Sukuna's fucked. But since since Gojo has the better domain technique, that's why he's like, oh, I'm glad. When it comes down to it, you know, my limitless it's better or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
he can heal through that. Sukuna wouldn't be if Sukuna were to have a stronger technique, you know, it wouldn't be the case.
Okay, so I guess we could this could be like the last thing for today. Like, let's talk about their actual stats, right? Like the way I put it in terms of here's how I'll just list it out. Defense, Sukuna's defense is nowhere close to infinity. Like his actual output power or DC. I spent a good amount of time explaining why Gojo's is like vastly superior. The fact that he needs like domain plus Fuga to mimic what he can do with his normal curse technique is crazy. His speed, Blue is faster.
Sukuna is weakened.
Sorry, what was that?
Sukuna is weakened when he does the Fuga.
He does a plethora of binding vows to make it like full power though. Like they had that panel where it says like he did a plethora of binding vows and now it has no loss in output or range.
On Fuga?
On the domain.
But Fuga isn't the domain.
Yeah, but Fuga, it's hard to say if Fuga's really like output dependent because Fuga's like chained to a bunch of binding vows as well. Like it's like making the burnt up materials explode, like the chopped materials explode, right?
Yeah, it's thermobaric explosion, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure if that would scale higher with more output. I'm not 100% certain about that, especially since like he did a plethora of binding vows right before that made the domain equal. I'm not sure if the Fuga would actually be weaker or not, but another thing to say is like the fact that that's a comparison at all though is crazy. Like Gojo's normal curse technique should not be equal to his pinnacle of sorcery plus a list of binding vows plus going beyond with Fuga. That shouldn't be the case with equal characters.
It wasn't his normal curse technique. It's he like fires it off in a weird way. He amped the blue and the red, and then he chanted on top of that.
But by normal curse technique, I mean not his domain. Like, because domains are the pinnacle of sorcery. His curse technique is not the pinnacle of his sorcery. And he's not even using binding vows either.
Gojo. Fuga's the pinnacle of Sukuna sorcery.
Mm-hmm. Like, domain plus Fuga specifically. Because Fuga on its own isn't that crazy. So that is, I mean, I'm going to be honest, that's a terrible anti-feat for Maguna. Like, the fact that they're like, Modulo showed that they were like equal. Which is a terrible anti-feat for Sukuna. Because it's like, Gojo's curse technique is like equaling Sukuna's pinnacle of sorcery plus.
Well, but it's like, okay, let's say Sukuna's not weakened, right? Like, we don't have to say Sukuna's weakened. Even then, that would just mean that Gojo's what do you call it? Unlimited purple. Gojo's unlimited purple just spans a 200-meter radius the same way that Fuga would span a 200-meter radius because of the domain confines.
That's fair. But we actually see like the AP of it scales higher too based on what it does to Maharaga. Unlimited Hollow Purple deletes Maharaga's wheel, but Sukuna's Fuga does not.
Well, so against Maharaga, it was a weakened Fuga because the range was shortened. and it was also a weaker Sukuna.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just, again, I'm not 100% convinced that like Fuga gets higher from like output differences, but it might. It genuinely might. But either way, it's like even if
there's the range difference too. So
right, but it's like even if I'm being nice to Sukuna here and I say like they're just relative, that's terrible. Like that is such a bad anti-feat for Sukuna. He literally has to use his pinnacle of sorcery plus a list of binding vows, plus go beyond that with Fuga, slap some more binding vows. Binding vows, by the way, are like designed to help you go beyond your limits. So it's all of this extra stuff for something Gojo can spam with his curse technique. He can fly in the air and just drop those down like bombs.
But we're talking about similar in effective area, not similar in attack potency.
This one I was saying destructive capacity specifically.
Yeah. I mean, but it's like, destructive capacity is one thing, attack potency is another. So that Gojo's like super destructive, and Sukuna's not as destructive as Gojo is just with his normal techniques, especially considering what their techniques are.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say like even with the AP on these techniques, like Gojo's technique has displayed better AP feats. Like arguing that Domain plus Fuga could equal Unlimited Hollow Purple is more speculatory. It's like maybe it could, maybe it couldn't, but we know that the range and DC are like the same, and the big difference is that Gojo can literally spam that. He can do like 10 of them in the time it takes for Sukuna to do 2. And like if we're being real about it, if they're like having a contest to see who can like destroy the most, right? And they're doing it as fast as possible. Sukuna's got like 5 RCT to replenish CTs, and then he just dies. Like, and then Gojo's done like 100 Unlimited Hollow Purples by then.
Yeah, I mean, Gojo, I don't disagree. Gojo's probably more destructive than Sukuna.
So like not just more destructive, right? Better defense as well. Nothing in Sukuna's arsenal is as powerful of a defense as Infinity. And he has no feats proving that he's equal in speed to Blue. Like Blue is so fast it's compared to teleportation. And Sukuna has nothing.
Blue is teleportation.
Yeah, that's like a debatable thing. Some people say it's just high speed movement because like some of them say instant movement, some say high speed.
But all the high speed movement, if I recall correctly, that's only used one time to describe Blue, and it's Kenjaku talking about the examples when he teleported.
I think like you might be right. Like in Shibuya, I remember Kenjaku says something like, "Oh yeah, he can't use his high speed movement because normal people would just die next to him."
Yeah.
But I might be
energy output.
But I might be misremembering. But I mean, even like, okay, would you consider teleportation speed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, if you want to use that, then yeah, he would be faster too, because like Sukuna's not as fast as teleportation. So it's like he literally has DC, defense, and speed.
Teleportation.
Oh, I'm sorry. What was that?
I was like, he'd be faster with his teleportation.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean that gives Gojo DC, defense, and speed. That like in pretty like if you think about any other series you cover, like Naruto or I don't know, any other series. If someone has more defense, more destructive capacity, and more speed, it's like, oh yeah, that guy's stronger. Like that's like typically how you do it.
Like with him taking speed, obviously I think that's under the context of Blue. I don't think that just because he's faster with Blue means he takes the speed category overall. I think that you would say that that's like a conditional. So Gojo's faster under these conditions because he can't even teleport under all conditions. There's conditions to it to where he can actually do that move. And
I mean,
so I would say like so Gojo has speed with that conditional, and then he's got defense, but I think we've seen that Sukuna can overcome that defense with his domain amplification.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm more just talking about because we were talking about power levels, right? So I was saying how their stats compare to their direct stats, like how their defense compares to defense, how speed compares to speed, how DC compares to DC. Not whether or not like one can counter the other. But also, if we're talking about just speed, right? I'd argue that even without the teleportation, I have Gojo as faster. Like, there's a scene I have on stream right now where there's this scene like right at the start of their fight where Gojo and Sukuna are like boxing each other. There's this scene where like Gojo and Sukuna, they clash like elbows, and Sukuna with his right hand, like the same hand that just clashed, he goes for like a right hook, trying to right hook Gojo. But in the time it takes for Sukuna to throw the whole punch, Gojo like warps to the ground, activates Limitless so he doesn't hit the floor, and then it's like about to attack Sukuna before Sukuna realizes where he went. So in this scene, Gojo's using
I
like
thought this was Gojo teleporting.
Typically with teleporting, his hands have to touch each other. Like he has.
If he's going a long distance, I agree.
He does it against Toji as well, a short distance.
Yeah, but that's when he first learns it.
But he also does it at the end of this fight too, like when he teleports like in front of the like massive blue in chapter 235.
He didn't teleport it; it like pulled him to it.
But his hands were like clasped together there too, though.
No, he had his fist in his palm, like he was getting ready to throw a punch. It's the same thing he was doing in 224 when him and Sukuna were in the building.
That is possible. I don't know if we can actually see the fist in the palm or not. I think that's a debatable aspect. But like,
I'll show you.
But wait, you're saying you think he can teleport without his hands touching? He can just do it?
Yeah, he does it. He does it in 15 with Yuji.
Actually, that's a good point. He does teleport Yuji without like. Well, we don't know how they teleported. We just see the end result.
Wait, he can't carry Yuji with his hand and clasp it.
Well, like he has like a different kind of teleportation when he teleports other people, right? Like he does it in JJK 0, where he's like he teleports Inumaki and Panda, and he's not. I don't even know if he's like touching them.
Seal spell?
Yeah, I don't even know if he's touching them when he does that.
Yeah, he's not. He just uses the like seal on the ground.
Yeah, but like, I mean, if you think he can teleport Yuji just by touching him, like not doing the hand sign, that's more in Gojo's favor of being faster than Sukuna.
Yeah, but there's conditions for his teleportation, so I think it's fine if he did it there, but like in the other situations where he teleports, it's like there's conditions to it that we don't know, like they're never explained.
That's fine.
But
I mean,
see, I sent the page. Like you can see, Gojo, he doesn't have his hands clasped together. He's got his fist in his palm, and then he goes for the right hook on him.
No, that's a good point.
Right upper, I guess it was.
That's a good point. So yeah, maybe he can do that. I mean, in my opinion, that just like makes Gojo stronger than what I was saying he was originally. But yeah, like basically the real point of this scene isn't that like he's going so fast that Sukuna misses him. It's that he's like he's doing like 2 activations of his curse technique before Sukuna knows like what happened. So he's like fast enough to do 2 things before Sukuna can do 1 thing.
Sukuna notices as soon as he goes to the floor.
So like by the time he's gone to the floor, he's like teleported, and then he's also using Limitless to stop himself hitting the ground, right?
Limitless is always on. You talking about Infinity or?
Well, yeah, it's like he can change the output of Infinity. Yeah, he can change the output of it.
Yeah, that's always on.
Yeah, but it's like he can alter the output of it, like depending on like. We see him do it against Hanami, like he's able to increase it or decrease it. So like he might have altered it a bit in that point, but I see what you're saying there.
Yeah, but like, when you see like when he goes to the ground, Sukuna immediately notices he went to the ground.
Yeah, but it is it is just kind of a bad look that he's just swinging at air though, while Gojo's like pointing at him about to like activate the next thing.
That's why I think Gojo teleported, because they're clashing beforehand, like they're clearly like around the same level of speed in this interaction, and then Gojo teleports to the ground, and then he starts introducing the curse technique.
Yeah, I think it's a debatable thing, but I hear what you're saying, and there was something else I wanted to say too. But yeah, I mean, even if we go with what you're saying, that like Gojo's conditionally faster than Sukuna, it's literally just if Gojo uses his power, he's faster. So we're not talking about the characters if they're not using their power.
The conditions.
Sorry, what?
He has the conditions. So yeah, my bad. I was saying the condition, because there's conditions for Gojo to teleport that we never get made clear of.
I mean, if that's the case, like, and you're arguing that he's able to fulfill the conditions so fast that, like, he can do all the conditions before Sukuna even, like, knows where he went.
I don't think they're all Gojo dependent. Listen, I don't think the condition for Gojo to teleport is all Gojo dependent.
What do you mean by that?
So, like, Black Flash, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gojo says he can do, like, the timing aspect, he's got that down, but there's conditions to it outside of that he can't account for and thus can't do the Black Flash.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying, like, maybe it's, like, similar to Black Flash? Well, no, I don't think that's what you're saying. You're saying that there's, like, other conditions,
yeah,
like...
I'm saying it's similar to Black Flash because, you know, Black Flash is another, like, space distorting technique, and that's what Gojo is doing with Blue to teleport. He compresses 2 points in space.
Okay. Well, I mean, we might have to just agree to disagree. I hear what you're saying, and they are good points, but I think, like, the general... At the bottom of all of this, if the conditions are met, Gojo's faster. So, like, that gives Gojo DC
he
speed.
does it in the fight.
Right. And so that would...
When he goes on to... In 226, he teleports to Sukuna. He goes on to him, and then he, like, bear hugs him.
Yeah, that's true. And, so yeah, I mean, like, just based off of that, like, it all agrees with my initial premise of, like, based on stats, Gojo is the stronger character. He has more speed, he has more defense, and he has more DC. I would also, another argument that's, like, more niche into, like, cross-burst stuff is I say that I would say Unlimited Void is a more powerful hacks than World Cutting Slash as well, but that's, like, a more niche, like, kind of thing. Because
I don't really disagree with that stuff. I just think that more times than not, if you make Gojo Sukuna do it, not run it back, not a rematch, but if you make them, you know, if we rerun chapter 224, the chapter 224 simulation over and over again, 8 times out of 10 Sukuna comes out the victor.
I mean, you can argue that, but, like, in my opinion, winning an unfair fight with, like, a knowledge gap doesn't really mean much. Like, that's like me saying, oh yeah, if I had Gojo fight the Disaster Curses in Kenjaku and Shibuya 100 times, they're beating them every time. And I'm like, well, yeah, but that doesn't really mean much for, like, their scaling, right? Like, for me, the reason why I've done Gojo versus Sukuna debates, like, so many times is because I just, like, simply refuse to say a character whose stats are lower is stronger than a character whose stats are higher. Because, like, in all my other videos, I don't do that. So I'll never...
You said that you think a stronger character can lose to a weaker one. So even if Sukuna's weaker, you like, even if you think that that doesn't mean that you think that he would lose.
That's fair, yeah. But I mean, I also... So, sorry, you're saying, like, even if I think Gojo's stronger, it's, like, not a wrong thing to say that he would lose?
Yeah, because we're talking about virtually 2 different things. Almost. Like, I'm telling you why I think Sukuna would win, and you're telling me, like, oh, you think Gojo has higher stats in these specific areas? And I'm like, well, you know, you don't think that just because he has higher stats, he would win.
I see.
According to what you said earlier, so...
Yeah, I see. I mean, I also... So there's another, like, element to the debate there. Like, so my stance, yeah, I'm pretty sure you already understood my stance. I'm just saying, like, I think Gojo's stronger. But when it comes down to who's more likely to win, I also argue that I think it's more likely for Gojo to beat Maguna. And I think there's a lot of different interesting ways to argue that. For example, the Unlimited Hollow Purple, there's a real argument that he had it the whole fight and chose not to use it until the end, because there's this line from the narrator where, like, right when he's fighting Maharaga and Agito and Sukuna, and he's like, well, this dude's adapted to pretty much everything and he's adapting more and more. This isn't good. I have no choice. I gotta use my Unlimited Hollow Purple. And then the narrator says, like, Gojo's secret plan. So you could argue he had that from the very beginning. It's in a TCB scan. I'm not on TCB right now. I've been using Viz this whole time, but it's chapter...
I can pull TCB up.
Okay, yeah. It's, I think it's chapter 233. It's, like, right at the end of 233 where Gojo's, like, smiling. And it...
Within that smile lies a secret plan.
Yep.
And this means he had it the whole time?
You could argue that.
But this is the specific moment, like...
But, I mean, there's really no way to prove...
How you can say that...
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I like the concept of him having it the whole time. I can get that. I don't see how this proves that.
Well, because it's stated that it's his secret plan, and he says like he's only gonna use it when nothing else will work. So it implies that like he could have. What's that?
He says right here like this is when he's gonna use it though.
Right, because nothing else will work. Like like
I'm just
Blue's already adapted to and all that, you know.
I understand what you're saying. Like I understand what you're getting at, but it's like. Okay, the statement says within that smile lies a secret plan.
Yep.
And the secret plan is to use unlimited hollow. And like from what we're seeing, like we see Gojo's thought pattern. This is when he says, "I'm gonna use unlimited hollow."
Yep. Yeah, and it fits perfectly. Like there's actually a abundance of evidence that implies he had it the whole time. In fact, I'd argue that. Like it's so. For example, there's a couple other things that back it up. Like basically you could make the argument that he didn't want to use it because he's afraid it'll like actually delete Megami, like because there's a few different lines of dialogue that implies that that's in the back of his head. He doesn't want to kill Sukuna in a way where like Megami can't be saved. It's kind of similar to Hit in the Tournament of Power. Like Gojo's using his full strength, but there's certain things in his arsenal that he won't use because it would wipe Sukuna out. Wipe Megami out specifically. Like but it's implied that Gojo stops caring after the domain clashes end. Like, there's this scene where Yuji's like, "You don't think he forgot about Megami, do you?" And or no, Angel says that, and Yuji's like, "Oh yeah, he might have." And it's also stated by like Sukuna himself, where he's like, "This face is better for fighting sorcerers." Gojo says, "Oh, you want me to do this? So you're wearing that face, so I'll hold back." Like, there's a lot of things that imply like all of this. Like that technique, he had it from the start, but he just didn't use it until no other choice.
How does that imply that he had it from the start?
Let me try to word it a different way. Basically, it's a move that could wipe Sukuna out, but it might kill Megami, but he won't do it until he forgets about Megami, basically.
How does that mean he had it from the start, though?
Well, because, I mean...
From what you're saying, it sounds like because of these factors, if he had it from the start, he wouldn't use it. I don't see anything to say that this means he had it from the start.
I mean, the alternative would be that he just made it up on the spot.
Yeah, because of the Black Flash.
So, I mean, but if you logically think about it, I've said this on stream before too. Gojo at the end of that fight isn't actually any stronger. That just represents a Gojo who thought about fighting Sukuna for like 5 minutes. Because they're all very common sense applications of his abilities. Like, what do you do if you're fighting someone, you have a purple, and they're like relative to you in hand to hand? Oh, just fire it long range. Like, it's all common sense, like kindergarten level stuff. Like, if you or me had his abilities, we'd think of it instantly.
Yeah, but there's ways for Sukuna to counter. Like, so say for example, if Gojo does that move and Sukuna doesn't have Maharaga out, then he can fire slashes at the thing to disrupt the balls that are in the air.
In that case, you'd have to prove that the dismantles are actually fast enough to do that.
It's just a potential counter.
Yeah, it's just like I've heard people say that a bunch of times, but like no one ever really proves that dismantle's fast enough to do that. Like if dismantle's slower, then it just wouldn't happen.
Yeah, if it's slower, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's like there's no way to say that the purple would go off before Sukuna would do that. That's what I'm saying. It's just a potential counter. Like that's a way Sukuna can counter the ability.
I mean, it's possible, but I don't know if it's like really likely. Especially since he also
Blue, for example, Blue pulls things closer to it. So even if the dismantles, like normally, let's say you scale the dismantles normally, and they aren't fast enough, with the amplification from Blue, they might be fast enough in order to disrupt it.
That's possible, but also Gojo can make like multiple Blues at once, and we see like at the start of the series, he can actually spawn them on people, and like that's something else to consider why he never does that, right? Like I think there's a lot of things that suggest he's actually holding back killing intent, like a lot of things. Like the fact that he never just spawns a Blue on Sukuna's head and just kills him says a lot to me. Like we see him spawn like 8 Blues on someone without moving. Like he like looks at him and like Itachi instantly activates the technique. Like And he never.
Do that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When does he do that?
That is really early. It's in Goodwill, where he kills that guy who's like has a like axe in his hand and is like a weirdo. Like, it's like
I think he spawned those blues on him.
Yes, I mean he actually spawns blues against Sukuna too, just not directly on him.
Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware he can like spawn blues around. I mean, if that's the case, like I agree. Gojo's probably holding back killer intent in general.
Yeah.
But like Gojo says, he got to go all out in the fight. So I don't think him not trying to kill Sukuna means he wasn't going all out. But whenever he does that thing to that dumbass with the axe that's trying to cut people up,
yeah,
and he just crushes his arms. That's something that's not killing intent or worthy. Like that's something that people can easily heal from. They actually healed that guy from it.
I'm saying, well, I have the panel on stream right now. Like, right when he does that, like the old grandpa man says, "Don't kill him." So, like, if he didn't tell him, "Don't kill," right? Yeah, because if he didn't tell him that, like, those purples could just hit his head instead, right? I mean, sorry, not purple, blue could just hit his head instead. It doesn't have to hit his arms and legs. And I'm saying, like, he doesn't do that against Sukuna because, like, he's the whole time he's fighting him, like, in his stepson's body. And so he does, like, even though Gojo says that he can like wail on Megumi, he clearly doesn't want to kill him. So like him not doing that, in my opinion, is also a sign of lacking killer intent.
That depends on if you believe that he spawned these on this guy. I don't think he spawned these on this guy. I think he just shot them at this guy.
That
he
is,
chose
yeah.
to use them in this way.
I mean, that's debatable, but we see him spawn them around Sukuna, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, that means he can. So.
At least I agree that that's a potential interpretation. I think it's also possible that he just shot those there.
Right. I think that's fine. So like my stance on it is like, if we know he can spawn them. Well, okay. So yeah, I guess it's an equal interpretation kind of thing, because like the anime makes it look like he spawns them on him as well. But like if you want to say like it's actually traveling, but it's they just don't show the travel to make it look fast, that's like an equal interpretation thing. You can say that. But that's just like one of the many arguments that I have, actually. Like, so there's a lot of other things he like just simply didn't do, bro. Like, I mean, there's so many, bro. Like, as a teenager, there's a line of dialogue where he said he could make multiple reds and blues at the same time.
No, what was that line of dialogue?
It was like right after he like awakens and he's talking to Geto and Shoko, and they're like throwing like pencils at him, and they're like, "So what are you working on now?" He's like, "Oh, well, I've already figured out how to make multiple reds and blues simultaneously." And he's like, "Next, I got to work on teleportation and domains." And so it's like, in theory, he could make like a bunch of purples at once and just fire them off, and he doesn't do that.
Can you show me the technique? Not the technique.
The chapter.
The page.
Yeah, it's like I think it's like chapter 73.
Chapter 76, but I don't.
Yeah, it's like me and some of my friends, we got the raws for it and translated it, and that's what it said. And then it also says that in the anime too. Like in the anime, it word for word says like I can make multiple reds and blues simultaneously. It's 76.
Oh, I see. I finally perfected minimizing the necessary hand signs. Simultaneously activating multiple reds and blues, respectively, is coming along well. This doesn't sound like he's activating them at the same time. This sounds like he can activate multiple of each at the same time.
Yeah, I mean the raws just say like the raws. When we translated it, said like it's simultaneous activations of red and blue, and then the anime like word for word says simultaneous activation of red and blue. Like the respectively is not in the anime or the raws. So, but yeah, there's a lot of different things like that. Let me think. Was there?
I would have to see that.
Yeah, I could. I'll have to like get it from one of my friends and send it. But there's a lot of things, bro. There's a lot of things, bro. I mean, I personally, I think I'm always just gonna have Gojo above Maguna just because like his stats are higher. Oh, there's one other point I wanted to mention to you. It's that scene where like right where Gojo punches Sukuna in the chest and Sukuna's like hit by unlimited void, right?
Yeah.
Actually, there's two things there. Have you ever thought about how it's like actually plot, like genuinely plot that Sukuna, while in Curse Technique Burnout, was able to summon Maharaga? Like he's in Curse Technique Burnout and frozen by Unlimited Void, but can still summon it.
No. Technique Burnout doesn't make it impossible to use techniques, just hard.
Yes, it makes it hard to use, but he's also frozen in Unlimited Void at the same time. And Jogo says, like, when he was in Limited Void, he couldn't do anything. But yet Sukuna's still able to, like, summon.
We know that when you're in the Unlimited Void, you can have a thought pattern. We see Gojo have one, or not Gojo, Jogo have one. And he just thought of summoning Maharaga.
Yeah, I mean, you don't think there's anything weird about that? Like a dude whose brain's getting fried, he's in Unlimited Void, completely stun-locked, and can still summon the Maharaga?
No.
Okay.
I would think it was weird if Maharaga didn't adapt. Because he adapted in that moment. If he didn't adapt, then yeah, it would be weird.
I think it's a bit weird, but the thing I really wanted to talk about is this scene here where Gojo punches like a hole in Sukuna's chest. Like some translations say this punch like crushed Sukuna's heart, right? There's a couple. Huh? Sorry, what?
There's no translation of that says he crushed his heart.
The TCB
he talks about wanting to crush his heart after this when he's just standing there, but there's no translation that just says he crushed his heart.
I've read a translation that says crushing his heart was just the beginning. Like now I want to crush his lungs and liver, but it's fine. We can. That's not the big point. Like bare minimum, he's like crushing his chest, right? Like caving his chest in. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
While he's like standing there, no reinforcement. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, obviously, Gojo would do that.
Okay, so yeah, this is the big point, right? Maguna in this state, like after being like, there's different ways you could argue it, but whatever way you want to say it, in this state, Maguna is weakened to a point where a normal punch from Gojo's caving his chest in, right?
Yeah, he can't do anything. Yeah.
Right. So, you know the punch that he does to Agito, where he punches Agito and then does Max Blue and crushes Agito? Do you know that scene I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If he just does this here, he kills Sukuna.
If he does the punch he does to Agito, where he puts the blue on it?
If he just does, like, his fist is in Sukuna's chest. If he just does max output blue, Sukuna dies right here. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, in right here, while he has like literally no defenses.
Exactly.
I
Yep.
agree with that.
Exactly. Right. So this is another example of like Gojo holding back killing intent. Like this is why I lean towards saying I think like it's more likely for Gojo to win anyway, and that he's a stronger character. There's a lot of like different things like this throughout the fight.
I think Sukuna's in this position because of a counter that he didn't even need. I mean, I went over it earlier, but like I don't think he actually needed Maharaga to adapt to Gojo. It's just something he chose to do, and
but
like I said, in the end, he didn't actually need it.
Well, the thing is, like I was saying before, like a risky plan is okay. Like it's basically what's more risky, right? A risky plan or no plan at all, and I'd argue no plan at all, based off of the fact that if Gojo had a plan, like he has like a list of win conditions, like a large list of different ones. Because like, for example, the basketball, like we were saying before, if he started with basketball domain, there's an argument he beats him in one clash, 1-3. There's a whole bunch, bro. Like another example, if he had practiced Unlimited Hollow Purple during the month, he fries him, because like it's stated that no one else even knew about the technique. He could have practiced it and got far better. Another argument is if he had done soul swap training with Yuji and got Yuji's soul punches, he like low diffs him. There is a list of different things. Like these are just off the top of my head.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never gonna disagree that Gojo maybe could prepared better for Sukuna. I guess what I'm saying here is I think that this is something I said earlier. If we rerun the 224 simulator over and over again, Sukuna is going to be the one winning 8-9 times out of 10, whereas Gojo needs to prepare beforehand. You could take away Sukuna's preparations, and I think he would still come out on top.
I disagree.
Because of domain amplification.
I mean, I also think domain amplification is part of his preparation anyway. Like the data books, like if you look at the data books, they list the characters that have domain amplification in Shibuya, and Sukuna's not listed there. Like he gains it like in preparation for this fight anyway.
That have it or use it?
That have it.
Yeah, it's another one I would have to see.
Yeah, I can send you those. But yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things imply that he like learned it specifically for this. Also, you could argue, like during the month of time of prep time, like he gained the ability to put the wheel on Megami's soul during that time too. You could argue that. There's a lot of different things, man. Like I can see what you're saying. Like you said, if you run back the fight exactly how it happened over and over again, they don't get any new knowledge. Sukuna can still win. I argue that like the reason Sukuna's winning is due to knowledge. Like it's not due to stats, it's due to knowledge. So like if you give them actually equal knowledge, then Gojo's more likely to win. And like you take Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I thought you were done. I thought you were done good.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, and you like let Gojo use his full killing intent as well. I definitely think it's more likely.
Yeah, I think for Gojo's killing intent, it needs to be the case that Sukuna fights the same way that he did in the original fight in order for that to go off. Like I said, I do agree that in that one moment, he probably could have used that blue and just blew Sukuna to fuck up.
Yeah.
But more specifically, what I was getting at with the Sukuna thing that I said was that even if Sukuna doesn't have the information in preparation, the things that are the plan, I think that he would still come out on top during the fight.
Like due to the domain, right? Like due to him just being able
to due to amplification. And I don't see in the I'm in the book on the page. I don't see like where amplification is brought up. I don't see.
It's like listed. It's listed under their skills. Like there's a like where it shows Jogo for the first time. It lists all his skills, domain amplifications under it, and then it lists Hanami, domain amplifications under it, and then it lists Sukuna like right after that, and domain amplification is not there. But yeah, and again, like I see your argument. I can understand that argument. And I would just say, even if you say that's the case, that Sukuna's winning, I argue it's not due to strength. It's just due to like tight matchup. I do stand by the stance that Gojo is the stronger character. His stats are simply higher. Sukuna's win conditions are like entirely tight matchup dependent. But Gojo is just like stronger.
Like you think Gojo could beat more people than Sukuna could beat?
Not just that, his stats are higher. Like yeah, for sure he can beat more people than Sukuna, but his stat.
Who can Gojo beat the Sukuna can?
Like, do you mean inverse or cross verse?
Yeah, inverse.
Oh, inverse, like it becomes more debatable. You could argue like Deborah. That's like a whole other debate on its own. Like it depends on like how deeply you like what your interpretations on the speed scaling are and like the statements from different characters.
Yeah, like, I think like honestly my interpretation of the Sukuna Deborah fight would be that obviously Deborah is much faster than Sukuna, but I don't think Deborah is going to start off the fight with a light speed kick. He might start off the fight faster than Sukuna, but I think if anything that would just make Sukuna close his domain so Deborah can't escape it.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways for like the Sukuna Deborah thing to go. That's like a whole other debate on its own. But But yeah, I mean like inverse, like yeah, it's more debatable, but cross verse it becomes like glaringly obvious. Like there is a list of people that like Gojo can slam, but Sukuna gets like no diffed by. Like in my Discord before, I used to make jokes about it, saying like Sukuna's a like tuning exams victim, bro. Like I that was me like mostly joking, but Sukuna crossverse is not that crazy like at all, and Gojo crossverse is like the crossverse carrying like goat of this series.
Yeah.
So like
100%. If it's crossverse, then yeah, Gojo is like, I agree with you.
And bro, like my argument is like the reason for that is because he's a stronger character. Like I've said that to people before, and they typically just say like, "Oh nah, man, he just has better hacks." But I'm like, bro, all of JJK is hacks. Like, like the majority.
In a vacuum, yeah, Gojo's the stronger character than Sukuna. Like if you talk about crosswords and all that.
Yeah.
I just disagree. Inverse, he's the stronger character.
Like you mean like Sukuna's more likely to win, and that's what you mean by stronger, right?
Yes, I think Sukuna can beat everybody, and I don't think Gojo can beat Sukuna. So he's like by default number 2.
I mean, like just winning fights doesn't mean that you're stronger, right? Like that's why I was saying at the beginning, Ryu versus Uro. Do you think Uro's stronger than Ryu?
No, but I think Ryu would beat more people than Uro would beat.
Oh, so you're basing it on like the number of people they can beat?
Yeah.
Oh, then like, is there someone that Sukuna can beat that Gojo can't?
No, but I just said I think Sukuna can beat everyone, and Gojo can't beat him.
Oh, so you're saying like they can both beat everyone, but Sukuna can just beat Gojo, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah. Again, like my argument is that it's type matchup, not stats. Like it's the same way I could say like, man, it would be like me saying my level 35 Squirtle is stronger than this level 50 Charmander. It's like, well, he can beat him, but he's actually weaker. That's how I view it.
Do you think Sukuna is a harder matchup for Gojo than Gojo is for Sukuna?
Maybe. I mean, yeah, it's a straight up like.
I don't know Pokemon, by the way. Like,
oh, really?
Squirtle, I don't know.
Oh, I should have just said water type, fire type.
Earlier, and I was like, I hope he doesn't bring that up again.
Oh, my bad. I should have just said water and fire, cause like, yeah, it's just like in Pokemon,
Yeah,
like some types can.
I guess I get the like basic concept.
Yeah, but yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, I mean the type matchup like heavily favors Sukuna, all because of the open domain and like how it interacts with Gojo's. Like, okay, would you agree with this? If they both have like open domains, Gojo wins.
Dude, you got it. Like my head is gonna start hurting if I start thinking about open domain barrier clash. Honestly,
like basically, if they're like Sukuna doesn't have like the 3-minute time limit thing, and they just are actually fighting.
Is he still using Maharaga?
You can use any way you want, like any kind of Sukuna.
If he's not using Maharaga and he can use domain amplification, then I think he would torch Gojo.
Really? Yeah, I can never agree with that, because it's like, in my opinion, nothing suggests that. Like, he's using domain amplification and still getting kind of ragdolled by a nerfed Gojo. I can't really see like a domain amplification Sukuna magically being stronger than he ever displayed.
Well, I don't think that he's getting ragdolled whenever he's using domain amplification. There's like literally we never see that. And like Gojo's nerfs, I don't think are big nerfs. I think they're like unquantifiable at best. So
I think he objectively is getting ragdolled with domain amplification, because Gojo says when he was using it, he had the advantage the whole time.
Yeah, in terms of like what he can do.
Well, also just in terms of clearly damage, like every time the clash ends, Gojo's like completely pristine, has no damage at all, and Sukuna's like crushed.
Yeah, but we don't know if Gojo was using, or Sukuna was using amplification in those clashes.
Gojo says he was. Like, he says all he could do was domain amplification, and I had the upper hand the whole 3 minutes. My honest take, bro, I think...
That's not what he says directly.
My honest take, bro, I think domain amplification Sukuna is like super overrated. Like, I do not think he's really that crazy.
He says this whole time Sukuna's been stubbornly avoiding using any other curse technique other than the one granted his domain. Even when the interior strength of the barrier lowered after I flipped the internal and external conditions, he didn't try to destroy it from the inside. He chose the riskier option. While we were canceling out each other's sure hits from within the domain, Sukuna had no other choice but to use domain amplification in order to beat my limitless curse technique, and that's a huge advantage for me.
Mm-hmm. And doesn't he say, in fact, I had the advantage for the whole 3 minutes? I think that's like right after that.
As I saw before within the domain, he can't use buildings to attack In fact, until my domain was destroyed from the outside, I had the upper hand for 3 minutes.
Yep, the whole time. So he's slamming him, bro. Like, I actually think there's nothing.
No, I don't think Sukuna's using domain amplification in that case. I think when he's talking about Sukuna using amplification, like obviously that's the only choice he has. But I think when he's talking about Sukuna using amplification, he's talking about the like when he had flipped the internal and external thing.
Okay, another argument I could use to prove this point. This one's like more niche. I can make this argument that Gojo at half power beats up domain amplification Sukuna on screen.
Half power? When was that?
It's from 231 to 232. It's because it's stated that Curse Technique Reversal is at least twice as powerful as Lapse. And there's a full like 2 chapters where Gojo's only using Lapse and he's still like beating up Sukuna even when he uses domain amplification. Gojo just still has the upper hand anyway. So it's like I'd actually argue it's less than half power because like for Gojo it's not only not using red but he's not using purple either. So it's like less than half. It's around half power Gojo. It's like still above.
I don't disagree with that. I disagree with the framing that Gojo's at half power because he's not using a specific move. And even then, when he's using domain amplification, Gojo's not doing well when he turns it on.
I'd say he like very consistently has the upper hand. Another thing I would argue is
we can go through the examples.
Yeah, there's one other thing I wanted to say. Oh yeah, another thing to argue though is that because Gojo knows he's adapting, that limits the volume he'll use, right? Like he doesn't want Sukuna to adapt faster, so he's not going to use full strength anyway.
It seems counterintuitive. It seems like, Sukuna's going to adapt. And I mean, we watch him throw 8 blues, red, like he's throwing everything at him. It doesn't seem like he's slowing down at all.
I would just argue that his
indicator to say that he's slowing down was like a comparative situation where he used more volume.
Well, he never had to fight anyone as strong as Sukuna. I would just argue that his like actual full ability is beyond what he displays because he knows that Sukuna's adapting to him. So, for example, like he could be spamming.
I understand the concept behind what you're saying. I think it's an assumption on Gojo's actions rather than me disagreeing with the concept itself.
Well, okay, here's something to consider, right? Gojo, he has the ability to like force pull you, like with the force. Like using blue, he grabs your body and just moves you in one direction. We see Sukuna does that, and he never displays any counter to it at all. Not once in the whole fight. There's genuinely no reason he doesn't just grab him, force pull him, throw him to the side, spawn a purple to the right, and then slam him into it. Like, there's a list of things.
Spawn a purple?
Yeah, you know he can instant fire it, right?
It would be weaker.
Yeah, I mean, but still, he could do it, and he's not doing it. So he's like.
Well, no, I don't disagree.
Well, yeah, you were just asking for an example, right?
An example of what?
You were saying like give an example of Gojo holding back like his volume, and that's like the example I was giving. Like for he could grab him, throw him to one side, spawn a purple on the right, and slam him into it.
Okay, I disagree. I don't disagree with the fact that Gojo might be able to just fire a purple. The wording of he can just spawn one and throw him into it. I don't think that would be the case. I think if anything. If that was the case, Sukuna would start activating amplification and get out of the way.
Well, my argument is there's no proof that he can stop it even with amplification. Like, we never see him once stop the, like, force pull that
That's
Gojo
an
does.
argument from ignorance.
So you're saying, like, Sukuna can do it even though it's never displayed or shown?
No, I'm saying that well, we see him resist the pull with the domain amplification before, but we know that he can negate blue with domain amplification because Gojo just says it.
Well, we see him negate the pull of blue when Sukuna's not the direct target. Like, it's when Gojo makes like a Rasengan floating in the air and Sukuna's able to like somewhat negate that. We never see him negate where he makes Sukuna the direct target with like the force pull. Those are like 2 different techniques.
Yeah, I'd argue the other one is higher since it genuinely spawns a blue, and that's one of the things needed for purple. It's like a higher output version of it. Like in the other one, Sukuna's not using amplification. Gojo just pulls it.
I mean, it's It's debatable. I think it's debatable. It's hard to say which one's actually stronger. I mean, like, well, for example, here's something like changing the target of your technique can make it a lot stronger. Like we see that all world cutting slashes is dismantled with the target changed, right? So
it's changing the. We gotta talk about what it's changing the target to space. Like that,
right.
Of course, that's gonna make it stronger.
Right, but at the end of the day, it is still just a target change. So, like, the fact that, like, one technique looks bigger doesn't necessarily mean that it's stronger.
Well, hold on. I disagree. Like, it's a target change at the end of the day, but it's a target change to literal space.
Right.
Like, I don't think that Gojo throwing a blue at Megami versus Yuji makes the blue stronger or weaker. It's just what you change the target to. Like Gojo, for example, targeting a wide area instead of just Sukuna with his unlimited purple, it allowed him to get off unlimited purple. I don't think that just changing the target in general is what's changing the potency of the technique.
I mean, I would just argue like the fact that every time Gojo does the force pull on him, Sukuna just gets ragdolled flailing, is strong evidence that Sukuna actually can't resist it. Especially since like. There's really no proof.
That's an argument from ignorance.
But like, can you prove that Sukuna's using domain amplification in that scene? Like,
no, but you can't prove he's not either. But that's like what I'm getting at here is like the saying that Sukuna has been hit by it and didn't counter it means he can't counter it is an argument from ignorance, and saying that he used domain amplification in one instance. When it's not shown, it's just something we don't know. It just makes the ignorance even stronger. It's like building an argument on factors that we have no idea about.
That's fine, but the reality is we never see Sukuna resist it, and like in this scene where he doesn't resist it, it leads to his domain immediately breaking. I don't really understand why he wouldn't just do everything he can to resist it.
Because he's having Maharaga adapt to the unlimited void.
Well, then
so he's gonna sit in there for longer so Maharaga can adapt.
Well, I mean, in that case, then he should have used. If what you're saying is true, the best way to adapt longer is to resist this with domain amplification and then keep fighting because it gets broken right after.
The adaptation.
That's true, but him not using it immediately gets his domain broken here, and it's like he could have just kept it going.
It wasn't immediately. It was 3 minutes. We know it's 3 minutes.
No. The panel I have on screen is like this is where he's not resisting it, and right after this, Gojo punches him in the chest, and the domain breaks. So it's like if he could resist it,
he broke it by firing a red at his face. It's the same damage as if you look at the next page. It's the same damage as when Sukuna hit him with the thing.
Oh, so you think there was like more fight that happened after the punch? That's like just not shown.
Factually.
Because, I mean, the punch could have just done that damage.
The punch to his chest singed his face?
It's possible, yeah. Gojo could just be that strong.
I mean, it's certainly possible, but I'd say it's unlikely. I'd say that damage is far more consistent with the damage that Red put on his face earlier. So that's probably what happened.
Yeah, or you could just make the argument that, like, Gojo's, like, really stat-mogging him pretty bad. Like, there's other, like, more rat...
You can make the argument. I'm just saying it's just unlikely.
I mean, yeah, there's like, ratty ways to do that you can argue Gojo, like, stat-mogs him terribly. Like, for example, I was talking to one of my friends about this the other day. You know there's, like, how Gojo, like, blitzes Urarame and, like, one punches her in the chest?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's, like, a scene... Gege added like an extra page where he shows Urarame after getting punched in the chest, and she's like in a pile of rubble, and then he did the same thing for like after Urarame gets hit by the 200% Palo Purple and is in a pile of rubble. You could argue that the purple was nerfed because it traveled a long distance and went through a barrier. You could argue it got nerfed to the strength of just a normal blue punch, and like it rips Sukuna's arms off. So like
we don't see the damage. We don't see the damage on Arame in either of those examples to say that. Like Arame could have been in that pile of rubble from the purple, missing 2 arms.
Yeah, that's all true. I think that is more of a rat like type argument, ratty one, you know. But it's just
how's that rat?
Oh no, not from you, from me. Like me saying, me saying that the blue punch is like equal to the purple, I think is like a ratty way to argue it, not what you're saying. What you're saying is fair, but yeah, I don't know, man. I think we've talked about it a lot, pretty in detail. But I think it's a real solid thing to say, like, Gojo's stats are higher, so he's stronger. Even if you want to say that, like, Sukuna could win, because he does win in the story, right? But I think I'm always just gonna have Gojo above Maguna. I think I always will.
Is this you like wrapping up the convo? Because there's one more thing I wanted to ask you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
If you don't mind. But it's like something that potentially we're gonna be talking another like 15 or so minutes about. So
okay.
To like, I'm perfectly fine with
Oh no,
it's been fun. I don't have good faith JJK conversations ever. So.
Oh yeah, no, it's all good, bro.
It's
Like,
fun, so.
Like yeah, you could tell me what you were thinking.
So, I was thinking that, like, let's say I agree that Gojo's like stat mogging Sukuna. Obviously I don't, but let's say I did agree. I think that you could argue that Sukuna, like, Gojo doesn't have Sukuna's interest, and thus Sukuna's not going all out on him.
Oh yeah, we were talking about this earlier on stream. Like, the counter I would say to that is, like, the fact that he's thinking about him the entire series shows that he does have his interest. Like, he like thinks about him like the way people think about like an ex-girlfriend or something. Like, the whole series, like, he's always on his mind. And like, when he sees Maharaga in Shibuya, he's like, wow, you've shown me the way, Megami. Like, he's thinking of like how to beat Gojo there. He thinks about him the whole series.
Mistranslation.
What do you think the actual translation is?
I don't remember what it is, but like, you shown me the way. That's a mistranslation. I would have to get what it actually says.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but there's a lot of different things that like imply that he's just been thinking about Gojo the whole time. Also, World Cutting Slash is like specifically for Gojo. Like, he specifically planned on how to like bypass his abilities. Because he doesn't need World Cutting Slash for anyone else. Normal Dismantle is like a World Cutting Slash to everybody else. It's like, he thought about him the whole series. Gojo made him feel fear, which I'd argue is a stronger emotion than like excitement anyway. No,
I think he had his interest at that point. I think in round 2 he had his interest.
Oh, also, like, there's actually a specific panel where it heavily implies Sukuna's like viewing him as an equal. It's like right after the domain breaks, Gojo punches him in the face, and Sukuna has a flashback to like to Yorozu saying, "I'll teach you about the loneliness." Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Round 2, I think he had his interest.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, then I would agree with that. I think he had it the whole time. Well, to be completely fair, I think Gojo and Sukuna are both like ego maniacs. And I think both of them expected to go in there and win no matter what. Like...
Yeah, I'm not saying he doesn't have the intention of winning. I think he definitely has the intention of winning. I think that he doesn't think it's going to be particularly hard.
I agree.
With Gojo. And then when Gojo starts to make it hard, like, after with the example you talk about, I think that's when it first started happening.
Yeah.
And he shows, like, because Sukuna's calling him, like, oh, you're painfully fucking ordinary, you're mediocre, you're lucky you were born when I wasn't born, and then, holy shit, I can't use my domain either. Maybe you are actually kind of tough.
Yeah.
Before that, he's calling him a nameless fish, and then all this other shit.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's fine, but it's like, also Gojo himself didn't really value Sukuna that much either, because he says that you're the challenger. Like, he didn't view him as like equal. He also thinks that Sukuna wants him to hold back. And then like, another thing that implies it is when he sees Sukuna use the Ten Shikigami like abilities himself, he's like, what? That he needs to be on my level to do that. What do you mean? Like, so it like shows that both of them viewed each other like that.
Well, I think Gojo views Sukuna that way. I don't think that Sukuna viewed Gojo that way.
No, I mean, like,
I think Gojo thinks he's stronger.
Right.
That's fine. I think Sukuna thinks he's stronger as well, but that's not them viewing each other as equals. That's both of them thinking that they're stronger than the other guy.
Yeah. There was something else I wanted to say about that. Have you ever thought about how like Gojo was like legitimately held back by his students? Like, if he and Sukuna had the same mentality, I think Gojo like would have slammed Sukuna on his neck, like slammed him on the concrete, like because like Sukuna's whole mentality is like he doesn't care about anything but himself and like making himself more powerful, going beyond his own limits. That's all he cares about. But Gojo, like for years, had been focused on his students more than himself, and it's like even shown in their preparation for the fight. Gojo spends time training Yuta. Like, he had no reason to do that. He like wasted time training his student. You can argue that he actually wasted 15 days because the soul swap training it says you can do it twice in a month, so you could argue it was like 15 days. But it's like, yeah, Gojo's whole mentality was like trying to train his students. But if Gojo had like the same evil I'll just conquer everything mentality, I think Sukuna gets slammed. He would have been a lot stronger than what the Gojo we got.
I mean, yeah, I think if Sukuna had Gojo's mentality, he'd be weaker too.
Yeah, for sure. Like, also there's a line of dialogue where it says, after like Gojo awakened, he became more talented. Like, it said Gojo can do like anything he tries, so he tries to like rely on the next generation. Like after he awakened, his like talent spikes up. There's something else about that specifically that I had thought of and like forgot. I don't know. I think like full potential Gojo is like an insane concept. Like, oh yeah, like
he's only 28. He's not even in his prime.
No, yeah, he never reached his full potential. He had like no challenging opponents to get stronger from. He had all of Toji's cursed tools, gave them away. Like, imagine Gojo with like soul split katana and like playful cloud, having him like levitate around him. Like I don't know if you played Kingdom Hearts.
I don't think Gojo can. I don't think I haven't. I don't think Gojo can use soul split katana though.
I kind of think he can because like there's this one panel where it shows it's like it looks like he's looking at Megami and Sukuna's souls. So I think
I agree. I think he can see the soul. I don't think he can see the souls of inanimate objects.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah, that's possible. But like even without that, you can still use it to some degree. Like Daido is able to use it. It's just like a nerfed version of it. But
Daido can see everything. He can see the souls of inanimate objects.
Oh, can he? I didn't even know he could see the souls of objects too.
Yeah, that's what's required to even use the blade.
Yeah, I mean, there's that, and then I also think Gojo could have done soul swap training with Yuji, and then he low diffs like horrendously. Because if you give Gojo soul punches, like Sukuna's just getting fried like so fast.
I actually don't even think soul punches are all that strong, honestly. But
if you give it to Gojo, like it's way too much. Like he would just go down. There was something else I wanted to say though. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of interesting arguments about Maguna actually outstatting the original Heian era Sukuna. There's like a lot of them.
Original Heian era Sukuna, I don't disagree with. I think Gojo's stronger than him.
Oh, okay, yeah, there's a bunch. Like, I had heard someone say like a really interesting one the other day, but like I don't know, a lot of people don't like these arguments when I say them. But like there is a lot of like finger scaling stuff where you could argue that like Maguna is just stronger due to the fingers getting stronger, but I don't even need to get into that specifically if you don't like that one. A more niche one is the concept that Maguna might actually just have more cursed energy because he would have all like 20 finger equivalent plus Megami's cursed energy on top. So you'd have just like a slight buff from that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. My bad if it's like anticlimactic. I don't know.
It's all good.
That stuff. I just don't have a strong disagreement with that stuff.
Oh no, it's fine. There's a lot of like crazy ones. I heard another one the other day where someone was saying like, you could argue that Maguna is actually like as physically strong as Yuji Kuna. Because I heard this guy, he was like, Yuji being superhuman came from him eating like a Sukuna finger at birth or whatever. And he says like every time Yuji eats a finger, he gets like unquantifiably stronger. That's why like start of series Yuji is getting like boxed by a nameless like fodder curse. But later on he can fight Higuruma with no cursed energy. Like his body's getting stronger. And Gojo has a line saying the fingers make him stronger too. So you could the fingers fuse with the vessel. So you could argue that because Megami has like all of these fingers, he's fused with them as well, and his body is stronger now too. So like, it's like a superhuman Megami now, and that's getting amped by Sukuna.
Yeah.
I think there's some interesting stuff there. But we've been going for a while, bro. Yeah, it was nice to meet you, man. It's kind of surprising I haven't spoken to you before.
Yeah, I figured we probably would have spoken before, but when I went to message you, I was like, oh, I've never even DM'd him.
Yeah. But yeah, it was good conversation, bro. I got to get going. This stream has been 4 hours, and I was planning for it to be like half an hour, so it's been like way longer than I planned.
Yeah. You're cool. I appreciate it. Like I said, I don't get to have good faith JJK conversations, so.
No, yeah. Yeah, man, it was a good time, bro. But all right, man, you have a good one.
You too, bro.
All right, chat. Yeah, that was cool. I've never spoken to Six before. That was my first time talking to him. Ugh, this stream has been long. Was not the plan. That was not the plan, bro. Like, that was a long... Like, that was more of us just, like, discussing rather than, like, debating. But I'd say Six has, like, a lot more debate experience than I do. I've seen Six has been, like, learning debate stuff for a long time, and that was a fun one. What did you guys think of all that? Here, one second, I'll be right back. Like, did you guys like that discussion? What did you think about it? Alright, chat, I'm back. I was turning on the air conditioning because it's about 100 degrees. You said best debate you've seen on this so far? Thank you. You said you did surprisingly well while defending the indefensible position of Sukuna being stronger. That's hilarious. No, yeah, Six is like good at debates. Yeah, I had no intention of that actually happening. I didn't expect Six to appear like a legendary Pokemon just like appeared out of nowhere. The shiny rare. You said had to donate for that. Y'all were legit boxing, good faith, honest debate. Thank you, Giga. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you. I appreciate that. You said by far the best debate. Thank you. W debate. You said, I'm looking at the chat and it sounds like the debate just ended, but I'm still watching the VOD. Lilo, please don't members only yet. I'm probably members onlying it, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Here, you know what? Hold on, let me see. I'm like almost 100% for sure members onlying it. I'm sorry. Yeah, almost like for certain. You said this got to be your longest stream. I think this actually is, bro. Yeah, I spoke to Six for like an hour and a half. That was long. I didn't expect that at all, bro. I thought the stream was going to end an hour and a half ago, and then Six just appeared, and I'm like, all right, well, time to talk to Six. And yeah, I had never heard like any of Six's takes on it. So he said he thinks that Heian Sukuna, I mean Gojo's stronger than Heian, but he thinks he's weaker than Maguna in true form. And yeah, and I've listed out my arguments a bunch of times. I have Gojo above Maguna and original Heian. And I think True Form's a 50-50. But if you want to say True Form plus 10 Shadows is stronger, then like I'm not mad at that. I think I've said before, if that was like the popular take, I probably would not have done like countless Gojo versus Sukuna debates. But yeah, like, but I don't know. You said thank you for saving the Gojo agenda single-handedly. That's hilarious. 6 collab win? I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. The 6 covers like Naruto, and I haven't really made Naruto videos before. I guess this kind of counts like a collab. I mean, that was like an hour and a half of me and 6 talking. Save the Gojo Society, Lilo. That's hilarious. Yeah. I don't know. Watching these debates, do you guys feel like you learn different arguments from like watching it? I don't know. Because like if I'm being real, bro, I think like the arguments I'm making, I think that they're like fair, right? Like I try my best to make like fair arguments that like aren't like agenda. If I want to, like, I don't think, if maybe I should just do a Gojo agenda stream one day, because like I've seen people say that they think I'm like agenda scaling Gojo. I don't know if I've ever agenda scaled Gojo. If I'm agenda scaling Gojo, I can make him like, okay, this panel for example, if I wanted to agenda scale, what I would say is Gojo can one punch his domain. I would say stuff like that. I'd be like, Gojo can one punch Sukuna's domain. This is clear evidence of it. All the other punches like didn't even make direct contact with Sukuna's body, and he punches through Sukuna like toilet paper. And then I would say stuff like Maguna's actually more durable than Heian era Sukuna, because like I could think of like agenda stuff, but I don't, like, I try my best not to. Gigas, you said, when I sensed 6's cursed energy, I thought, finally, a real fight. What? That's hilarious. Amplification argument was good, never heard it before. The one that 6 said, where like, if he had not adapted at all, he could have like lasted the 5 clashes. Yeah, I mean, I think the counter to that is unlimited hollow purple 1-taps. You said, I felt like 6 made me think Sukuna had more of a chance and genuinely may have been holding back in the domain clash sections. You definitely changed my mind initially because I used to glaze Sukuna. Oh wow, that's cool. Yeah, I mean, I genuinely think unlimited hollow purple 1-taps Sukuna's domain, even with domain amplification, especially from like a full power Gojo. If like one punch, like if you look at this panel here, right? Like Sukuna hasn't taken much damage yet, but like one punch here is like breaking it. I mean, I'm saying that unlimited hollow purple is breaking it even with domain amplification. This might be domain amplification Sukuna right here. W character arc. I think the more popular take is to just say Sukuna's stronger, like, and that Gojo's just not on his level. That is the more popular take, but there's just simply like too much. I just won't have that take, bro. Like, I just I think I will always have Gojo above Maguna, always. And when the anime comes out, it's gonna be even more so, bro. Like, I'm telling you, man, because the anime is probably going to animate like inside of the domain clash, and I'm thinking they're gonna just have Maguna getting ragdolled, because if you look at like the popularity polls, Gojo has like always been the #1 most popular character in the manga, and Sukuna's like, I don't even think Sukuna's ever been top 10. Sukuna's always like number 15 on the popularity polls. Like, in general, a lot of people don't really like him on those polls. So like, I'm expecting when it gets animated, Gojo's going to get glazed like immensely, and I think it's going to be a much more popular take, especially with the anime onlys. They'll be like, bro, Gojo's way stronger than this guy, bro. That's what I expect. But yeah, it was a fun debate. It was fun. And I really do try to be like respectful in these, so that way people like are willing to you know, talk, not be afraid. You said, how weak do you think 200% got after it traveled? I think it got down to like 120% because Sukuna thought it was around 120%. Sukuna definitely been top 10. What? I mean, I can look it up right now. JJK popularity polls. I'm pretty sure he's like not, but I might be wrong. Let me look at this. Okay, I was wrong. I'm looking at the JJK popularity poll. Sukuna is 9. Sukuna is 9. So he did squeeze in a top 10 there. Let's look at... I think that was the last popularity poll they did. Yeah, it was. Gojo was 1. Sukuna was 9. Let's look at earlier ones. Okay, yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Like in... I think this is in Shibuya. In Shibuya, Gojo was 3rd and Megami was 1. Or is this... Japan? This might be Japan. I guess it's Japan. And in Shibuya, Megami was the #1 favorite character in Japan. Yuji was number 2. Gojo was number 3. Sukuna was number 12. And before that, I think would be even lower. So Sukuna got in the top 10 once. Sukuna got in the top 10 one time. Naoya might be above Sukuna in popularity. Oh, I'm pretty sure he was. Let me look. I am pretty sure he was. He was. Yeah. On the poll where Sukuna got 12th, Naoya got 6th. And then on this poll where Sukuna got 9, Naoya got 5th. So yeah, he's like below Naoya. Guess people don't like Sukuna. Oh yeah, no. He's kind of... I mean, I liked Sukuna more until I just started hearing people glaze him a lot. And that made me dislike him, actually. But, alright guys. That's it for this stream. Thank you everybody for tuning in. This one, most likely, going to members only. I'm just being honest. Thank you guys for watching. Appreciate the views. I'll see ya later.